all been searching high and low, searching for a clue or anything for a lead to go. Your three parents miss your smile, your love, your laugh, but never giving up on bringing you home safe and fast. Sebastian, where could you be? If you're out there, show us a clue we can all see. Follow all the lights that are lit up, showing your path back home. The love you have waiting for you when you come back. You'll never, ever, ever, ever feel alone. It's been one long hell of a year. Your parents, community, and the world has all shed tears. You have touched so many people's hearts that care so deeply and prays for you every night you come back to where it all starts. Sebastian, we've all been searching high and low, searching for a clue or anything for a lead to go. Your three parents miss your smile, your love, your laugh, and never giving up on bringing you home safe and fast. Sebastian, where could you be? If you're out there, show us a clue we can all see. Follow all the lights that are lit up, showing your path back home. The love you have waiting for you when you come back. You'll never, ever, ever, ever feel alone. See the support everyone has shown and shared. How many people show your story because they truly care. Sebastian, please come back home where you all missed and do loved. We all stare at the stars and pray to the man above. We won't stop looking for you until you're found. We'll go to all lengths to search all around. Sebastian, we've all been searching high and low, searching for a clue or anything for a lead to go. Your three parents miss your smile, your love, your laugh, and never giving up on bringing you home safe and fast. Sebastian, where could you be? If you're out there, show us a clue we can all see. No mountain high, no valley low. Come back, Sebastian, we won't let go.
Trisha Talks, the new talk of the YouTube stream. Trisha Talks, the
Welcome to the dark side where the truth ignites. We've got the facts, receipts under neon lights. Green teams running scared, can't take the heat. We're a family united and they can't compete. Oh, oh, we're the dark side, the warriors, we're bringing the fire. Blue and green is sparking higher and higher. With the sting of the truth, we got the facts and we got the proof. Trisha Talks, talks with a voice that's sharp and clear. J4 Justice keeps the message sincere. Now's breaks it down with a twist and a grin. Kathy P's got the vibe, let the family begin. They can try to run, but they can't hide. This is our kingdom with a dark side. We stand together, truth's our decree. No fake facade, just raw honesty. Welcome to the dark side where the truth ignites. We got the facts, receipts under neon lights. Oh, we're the dark side warriors, we're bringing the fire, bringing the fire. Clue and leaders, sparking higher and higher, higher and higher. Queen bee buzzing with the sting of the truth. We got the facts and we got the proof. Dreams and trumps with a voice that's sharp and clear. J4 Justice keeps the message sincere. Nonsense breaks it down with a twist and a grin. Kathy P's got the vibe, let the family begin. They can try to run, but they can't hide. This is our kingdom, we're the dark side. We stand together, truth's our decree. No fake facade, just raw honesty. Welcome to the dark side where the truth ignites. We've got the facts, receipts under neon lights. Oh, we're the dark side warriors, we're bringing the fire, we're bringing the fire. Clue and leaders, sparking higher and higher, higher and higher. Queen bee buzzing with the sting of the truth. We got the facts and we got the proof. Green teams tremble in their house, the cards will fall. We've got the power, we've got it all. One big community, we rise as one. Under the dark side moon, we've just begun. Oh, we're the dark side warriors, we're bringing the fire. Clue and leaders, sparking higher and higher. Oh, we're the dark side warriors, we're bringing the fire, bringing the fire. Clue and
In a world of bright and cheerful hues lived a lemon-haired with a case of the blues. His smile was forced, his rhyme so thin, hiding a secret deep within. An itty-bitty little Vienna sausage man tucked in his pants, part of gold where the grifters play. There's a whisper in the night, hear the shadows sway. Cole's got the fire, got the spirit of the brave. With the kangaroo mafia, we're the souls they couldn't save. We're the kings of the night, with the hop and the fight, chasing shadows shining bright. Whoa, whoa, here comes the crew, yeah, the fearless few. With hearts like thunder, we're breaking right through. They scam in the club, but we've got the scoop. Watching them fall like a wretched troop. Cole leads the charge, he's a maverick soul. With the flick of the wrist, we'll reclaim our gold. We're the kings of the night, with the hop and a fight, chasing shadows shining bright. Whoa, whoa, here comes the crew, yeah, the fearless few. With hearts like thunder, we're breaking right through. In a dance with the sexy moon, make our stand. With a wink and a grin, we'll reclaim the land. They thought they could escape, hiding under disguise, but the kangaroo mafia sees through their lies. We're the kings of the night, with the hop and a fight, chasing shadows shining bright. Whoa, whoa, here comes the crew, yeah, the fearless few. With hearts like thunder, we're breaking right through. They scam and they plot, but we've got the scoop. Watching them fall like a wretched troop. Why you never clock, but we got the scoop. But we're breaking rule mafia, your end is near. Are you ready for the chase? Let the games begin. We're the kings of the night, with the hop and a fight, chasing shadows shining bright. Whoa, whoa, here comes the crew, yeah, the fearless few. With hearts like thunder, we're breaking right. Are you ready for the chase? Let the games begin.
justice rang loud, truth took the mic. Clue and Cletus stood tall in the fight. They tried to twist it, delay the show, but we saw through it, now everybody knows. They came with drama, tears on cue. Thought the judge would feel bad too, but facts don't flinch and rights don't bend. Dismissed with prejudice, that's the end. They came with smoke, trying to cloud the scene, but Clue and Cletus kept the records clean. No fear in their eyes, no shame in their stance. They knew the truth, didn't leave it to chance. We watched the lies crumble, watched the spin unwind, but the crew stood strong, unified in mind. They thought they'd break us with courtroom games, but we lit up the truth like neon flames. Late to court, lies on deck. Thought they'd play victim, earn respect, but the judge saw through the petty play. Truth walked in and cleared the way. Said, well, that's to the crew, we rise and roar. Opinions ain't crimes, not anymore. We stand by Clue, we ride with Cletus. Truth's got rhythm and they can't beat us. Let's effing go, it's time to shine. Celebrate the win, this moment's divine. This ain't just a win, it's a reckoning call. For every voice silenced behind a wall, we speak, we shout, we won't be hushed. Our rights ain't fragile, they don't get crushed. So here's to the ones who tried to twist fate. Showed up an hour late, still packed with hate. But justice don't bend for crocodile tears. It stands with the bold, not the puppeteers. So congrats to the crew, we rise and roar. Opinions ain't crimes, not anymore. We stand by Clue, we ride with Cletus. Truth's got rhythm and they can't beat us. Let's effing go, it's time to shine. Celebrate the win, this moment's divine. Crew proud, we won't be swayed. Justice served, no masquerade. Raise your voice, let freedom reign. This is our anthem, let the whole world sing. We watched the lies crumble wild, watched the spit unwind. While the crew stood strong, unified in mind. While the crew stood strong, unified in mind. They thought thanked us, Whit Go crew. Late to court, lies on deck. Thought they'd play victim, earn respect, but the judge saw through the petty play. Truth walked in and cleared the way. Said, well, that's to the crew, we rise and roar. Opinions ain't crimes, not anymore. We stand by Clue, we ride with Cletus. Truth's got rhythm and they can't beat us. Let's effing go, it's time to shine. Celebrate the win, this moment's divine. This moment's divine. This moment's divine.
I got a lot, she's petty AF. Blue hair blazing, she's stunning to death. Eyes like ice, but her soul's pure flame. She'll smile sweet, then flip the game. She's got that walk, that don't mess stride. Confidence loud, no need to hide. She's a calming chaos, the storm in peace. She'll hold her tongue, then cut like a beast. She's the kind that'll lift you high, but cross her line, you'll learn why. She's got fire in her veins, steel in her stance. She'll give you grace, but not a second chance. She don't take ish, she don't back down. Words like daggers, she'll spin you around. Mess with her crew, you'll feel the heat. She'll light the sky with fireworks on beat. She's picked me up when I was low, held my truth when I couldn't show. Listen deep, never judge my pain. Let me vent through thunder and rain. She's the bolt, the shield, the quiet roar. Never leaked a word, never closed the door. She's the kind you call at 2 a.m. and she'll answer like your closest fan. She's got wisdom wrapped in sass, a heart so big it'll never pass. People say she's cold, too tough, too loud, but they ain't seen her lift the crowd. She's a mama, nana, so rare, with loyalty that fills the air. She's fierce, she's kind, she's got that spark. She's the light in the alley when it's cold and dark. If you're lucky, you'll see her shine. Not just a mod, she's a lifeline. She's a mama, nana, so gold from the UK, but her love's bold. Catch a flight, cross the sea. If you're hurting, she's there, loyalty. They call her mean, but they don't know she's the realest heart with the softest glow. FA and your FO, that's the code. She's my ride or die in every mode. She's a mama, nana, so gold from the UK, but her love's bold. Catch a flight, cross the sea. If you're hurting, she's there, loyalty. We call her mean, but they don't know she's the realest heart with the softest glow. FA and your FO, that's the code. She's my ride or die in fury mode. She's a storm they didn't see coming, the calm that hits like thunder drumming. She's loyalty inked in neon light, a midnight queen with fists that fight. She'll ride for you, fly for you, burn for the cause, but cross her line, you feel the claws. She's the realest, rawest, no mask, no show. F.A. and your F.O. now you know. So raise a glass, salute the name. Patty A.F. she owns her flame.
Truth with charm and gentle lines would cross, you lost the center. Like the rooster clue got burned, but we saw the truth, every lesson learned. Pages snapped, no cause, no reason. Truth spoke calm, it wasn't treason. He claimed disrespect, but we saw none. Dolly looked shocked like he missed what was done. Turtle Island used to shine, now its shadows hate. And dollar signs, creators gave, sons believed. But now it's pain that we all grieve. Mods left stalkers in the chat. We saw it all, can't unsee that. Dolly, maybe you didn't know, but PJ Storm began the show. We ain't here to hate or fight, we're here to bring the dark to light. You played your games, now we play ours, with open hearts and healing scars. With love and fire, creators lifting each other higher. But now it's twisted, pay to play, where loyalty's taxed and truth pushed away. You silenced voices that helped you grow, and claimed betrayal when they said no. We saw the chats, we saw the streams. Truth was calm, no shattered dreams. Dolly stood there, eyes unsure, like he hadn't seen the storm before. We won't blame the ones confused, but we'll call out those who've abused. So here's our vow, our final stand. We'll build a world that's not so planned. No gatekeeping, no silent shame. So we rise, we ride, we build anew, with clue, with truth, with the loyal crew. No more games that drain our soul. Penguin Island, we take control. Laughing loud, calling out the lies. We're done with silence, we amplify. We stand for joy, we stand for grace, for every creator who found their place. We won't be bought, we won't be played. Our island's built, not just portrayed. Hector, you can sink below. We're soaring high in the penguin flow. No more hate, just unity. A new island, wild and free. We'll dance in storms, we'll light the skies, with neon hearts and truth that flies. So let them watch, let them scheme. We're living loud, we're chasing dreams. Penguin Island, no pain, just love, just laughs, just real terrain. Just real was playing a real game.
Neon blaze and battle clean. No more views for Moodle Larry. We uplift the real routine. Creators rise, no compromise. We're done with feeding trolls their prize. Choose colors in the spotlight now. No more hiding in disguise.
Calling out the chaos, clue queen, twisted play. Trisha J and irate Alex, not soft, clear the way. Hillbilly, Belinda, GGG, shady spin. We're flipping scripts from the dark side, let the reckoning begin.
We don't play in echo chambers, we make the cycle like the flame. No more cloud for chaos merchants, we're rewriting every name. Spot the lies, decode the spin, we're not fooled by full regret. Creators shine, the streets align, we're not done with justice yet. Last
holding down the fort while I chase these dreams. You keep it clean, keep it kind, keep the vibe just right, while I'm live on the mic, bringing joy every night. You catch the trolls at the chat, drop the links, always one step ahead, faster than we think. You're the backbone, the pulse, the silent flame. Without your love it wouldn't feel the same. Every stream's a team and you lead the way, with heart, with hustle every single day. So here's to the crew that keeps it tight. You make this space feel bold and bright. You're my sons, my day ones, my ride or die. You lift me up, help me touch the sky. Every like, every chat, every comment you drop pushes us forward, this train don't stop. Never seen a vibe like this before, a family that's real, not just a score. I give my all in every love I do, so you can laugh, feel seen, and speak your view. We're more than a stream, we're a movement loud, a neon lit storm, a digital crowd. Mod subs, lurkers too, you're the heartbeat of all I do. SBC crew, we rise, we shine, different voices all aligned. Laugh, discuss, speak your truth, this space is powered by me and you. From the bottom of my heart I see you true. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. I wouldn't be here if I wouldn't be here if you reverse the vibe, the neon queen, streaming truth through every screen. Mods on deck, subs in flight, SBC crew, we own the night. This ain't just chat, it's legacy made. Every laugh, every truth, every accolade. So when I sign off, just know it's true. I'm blessed, I'm loud, and I ride with you. SBC forever, crown on my heart, let's go. Let's go. Never seen a vibe like this go. Never seen a vibe like this go. Never seen a vibe, every like, every chat, every comment you drop pushes us stop. Push you can laugh, feel seen, don't stop, pushes us forward, this train don't stop. Never seen a vibe like this before, a family that's real, not just a score. I give my all in every love I do, so you can laugh, feel seen, and speak your view. We're more than enough in the movement loud, I need a lit storm, not just a score. I give my all in every love I do, so you can laugh, feel seen, and speak your view. I'm more than a stream, we're a movement loud, a neon lit storm, a digital crowd. Mods, subs, lurkers too, you're the heartbeat of all I do. SBC crew, we rise, we shine, different voices all aligned. Laugh, discuss, speak your truth, this space is powered by me and you. From the bottom of my heart, I see you true. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. I wouldn't be here, SBC crew. We rise, we shine, different voices all aligned. Laugh, this all aligned. Laugh, discuss, speak your truth, this space is powered by me and you. From the bottom of my heart I see you true. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. SBC crew, we rise, we shine, different voices all aligned. Thank you for the love, the fire, the flame. Together, we're more than just a name. From the bottom of my heart, I see you true. It's all because of you, SBC crew.
Yeah, it's that porch swing posse meets back road bass. Little sailor riding tall on a short stack frame. Mask on, true loaded, receipts in the glove box. Let's purge. They're short but mighty, boots on the airwaves. Sailor drives thunder down TikTok lanes. It's skull on the Stetson, mask on the screen. Calling out the bullshit purge queen mean. Hashtag purge crew rolling, we ride, we ride. From the holler to the hard drive, side by side. Yeah, yeah. Got a steel string hard and a neon mic. She'll stitch your lies like a Friday night fight. Up low spin like a creek boat wheel. Popping open secrets with a howdy and steel. AI beats fused with that banjo chop. Throw a yeehaw over 808 drop. Survivor strong. Got scars that sing. Turns trauma to a torch. Watch the porch light bling. Receipts in the saddlebag. Hashtags blaze. Hashtag FUBJ. Spray painted on the side of the stage. If you fake that funk, better duck that shade. Sailors come and bring a mask of mighty. Boots on the airwaves. to the hard drive side by side. Yeah. From the red clay roads to the Wi-Fi stream, she wrangles trolls like tumbleweeds, living loud for the voiceless kin. Wheelchair wheels car the asphalt him. Hashtag RA survivor, hashtag DV strong. She's lifting up folks who've been done wrong. Tea gets spilled in a Dixie cup. Sip that truth, watch the sub count jump. Light a one for the lost, crank the amps for the found. When the night gets thick, she's the loudest sound. Hip high ain't might, that's her battle cry. Standing tiptoe tall to paint the sky. Fast short but mighty, boots on the airwaves. Sailor drops thunder down TikTok lanes. Air skull on the Stetson, mask on the screen. Calling out the bullshit purge queen me. Hashtag purge crew rolling, we ride, we ride. From the holler to the hard drive side by side. And when the porch light flickers on a midnight screen, know a tiny titan's talking big and clean.
Good evening, everybody. Glad to see you here. Oh, it's been a day. It has been a day. The only thing I want to ask from anybody is, just some prayers for my grandma. She's, battled cancer. She's had to stop treatment because it was reacting with her, and it wasn't good, so it can't be treated. And we think it's getting to about that time, sadly. But knowing the pain she could be in versus being pain-free, you gotta look at it less selfish. So the only thing I ask her for prayers for her and my family. Hopefully, praying bounce back, but we don't think so this time. And it's been a lot. It really has. It's not something easy. And I know it's heavy on my grandpa's shoulders. But with everything she's been through and battling, and there's just no way for any treatment for it. I don't want to see her suffer. I believe they are in their... My mom's still in here, so no. I believe they're still, they're in their 70s, late 70s or so. She beat it one time, then it came back, but the chemo and the radiation started making her arms literally open wounds, and she's been going into bouts of, kind of dementia kind of things, and it's been a lot. It has been. I got the news this morning from Mom, and as hard as it is, I would rather she did not suffer, even though it really breaks my heart. I remember meeting them for the first time and they accepted me as their granddaughter instantly. Completely instantly. Yeah, Ruby, you're correct. 100% correct. If she feels it's her time, I don't want her to suffer. I want her to be pain-free. I want her to be in a place where she's happy and she can be healthy on the other side. Doesn't make it any easier, but it's sinking in, and emotionally I don't think it's hit me completely, but it has hit me mentally. Just losing a loved one is never easy. You don't want to lose anybody, especially in this way. So as hard as it of course now I'm gonna get emotional. As hard as it is, all I ask for is for prayers, good thoughts, whatever you believe in, that either she gets better, or if it's her time, she passes easily and with no pain. That's all I ask for. Hi, Alma. Thank you so much, Alma. It's my grandmother. She's battled cancer twice, I believe. Second time, the treatments like chemo and radiation were creating open wounds on her body and were doing worse than good. So it's untreatable. She's held on, for quite a few years, but I don't want her to suffer anymore. Oh, Alma, I'm so sorry. He's my stepdad, but he's my dad. It's my dad's mom. And I know it's hard for everybody, and it's hard for my grandpa, who just can't, he's getting older too. He can't take care of her as well as he used to be as they've gotten older. But I don't want her to suffer. Thank you, Koa. And of course now it's hitting me on, I'm on live stream. My dad accepted me instantly when he met me. When my mom introduced me to him. And we got married. They had my amazing brother. And it didn't matter, blood or no blood. I was their granddaughter from the first time I met them. And they've got great grandkids, which I am very blessed that she got to meet all of. That's one thing I'm very grateful for. But, it's a struggle. Thank you, Kula. Told myself I wasn't gonna get emotional, but you just have all those memories and the good memories, and oh my god, did she love the great grandkids. She loved her grandkids and her great grandkids, and always so happy to see us. It's just unfortunate that second round of the cancer, she had to stop treatment because it was affecting open wounds and rashes on her body. And she's fallen a few times. She's just, it's getting to that point, and I've accepted it. And I don't want her to be in pain anymore. I don't want her to have to keep continuing on for anybody. I want her to know it's okay to go, so she can be happy and she'll be healthy on the other side. There'll be no pain. I believe if she's not, she will be in hospice, so hopefully that will help with the pain part. It's just been one thing after another the last about 2 months. Things getting worse. And I do remember all the great memories. And I'm just hoping my grandpa's doing okay. I haven't gotten to talk to my mom or my dad about how my grandpa's doing. But she may be here a little bit longer. But it could also happen tomorrow. We don't know. I don't ask for anything. I just ask for prayers, love, good vibes, anything that you guys believe in. So that way, that's all I need. Oh, Alma. I am so sorry. It is hard to go through. When my papa passed, it was an up and down hill battle because it was touch and go. He'd get better, and then they couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. But after he had passed, they found out it was sepsis. That one really hit me hard because my papa was everything to me. Everything, but he also had severe dementia, and his quality of life was just going down. My mom and dad sat by his side, but he waited literally an hour or so until after they left to pass on. The only thing that sucks is he didn't get to meet his youngest great granddaughter, but he knew about her, and that was enough for me. I do plan on visiting, even though it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you don't want to walk in and see them hooked up and they don't maybe understand, but I would rather be able to say goodbye than live with the fact that I didn't, unless something major occurred and there was no way for me to do that. I will be talking to my dad about it and my mom. So yeah, I mean, it hurts. It's hit, but it hasn't fully hit. And I just don't want her in pain. I don't want her in pain anymore. She's 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 battled through years, and I mean years, with this, and she was she's been a strong woman, and I want her to know it's okay to pass to the other side where she won't feel a damn thing. And that I love her, and that I am more than grateful that she met all her great grandkids. That's something that I pride myself in. With my younger sister. Oh, Jesus. I'm so sorry, Alma. I mean, I know this is a touchy subject, and I was debating whether to bring it up because some people aren't religious, and that's perfectly fine. It's whatever you believe in. That's all I ask. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Exactly. Seeing them suffer is 10 times worse than letting them go and be, no pain and not ever suffer again. So that's where my mind is the fact that if it means she doesn't have to suffer, she doesn't have to go through all she's going through, then I want her to choose that. So we don't know how close she is to it or anything. It's just been going on for a while. And yeah, so it's just love and prayers that I ask for, because it's never easy. Never. They've supported me through everything. Even though I had kids young, they didn't care. That was their grandkids, great grandkids, and they loved them all. Yeah, that's why I'm doing my best, because my family has always celebrated the life of the person who has passed when they do. All the good memories, everything that's, everything that we remember, and all the good times, all the funny, hysterical stories they had, my grandpa and my aunts had, and just growing up with her. So if it's time so she doesn't have to hurt, that's what I think all of us want. I don't think any of us want to see her suffer at all. Thank you, Alma. That means a lot. And of course, I will keep you guys updated. It's just something that had come up earlier today. My mom called me and told me. So I said, you know what? Asking for thoughts and prayers, and that's all I really need, you know. And my family appreciates it more than you know. And that's the best quality about you, is one of the best qualities. Cause I'm pretty much the same thing. If somebody needs something, I'm gonna be there if I can. But I will definitely keep you guys updated, whether it's community posts or anything like that. But I figured, just in case I'm a little off tonight, you guys understand why I may be a little off. Shouldn't be too much. Just waiting for updates at this point. So, and my grandfather is doing all he can, and I love them both very, very much. But for today's topic, because I've noticed other people going over it, and plus my grandma would want me, this is what she would want me to do, is awareness. She would want me to do all the things. So I'm gonna put something up, which is going to be what we are going to be talking about. Let's see if I can fix that. People have been picking back up on talking about Sebastian Rogers. We all know that it's closing in on the 2-year mark. His birthday's coming up in December. I know a lot of people have so many opinions about it. Thank you, Alma. I definitely will. And I'll make sure that you know it's me. I'll put like Sailor Purge in the subject line so you know that who it is. And I appreciate you guys so very, very much. So much more than you know. But it seems like a lot, there was just some random things with Sebastian going on. They did, I guess, according to what I've heard, the call that was made to Clarksville burner phone thing was actually made to the phone of his father's that Seth was gonna give to him. I believe that's what I heard. Don't quote me. But coming up on almost 2 years, I really do want to go over everything, you know? Okay, Alma. I hope I can, entertain you while you're at work. Thank you so much again, and we'll be thank you very, very much as well. So, obviously, there hasn't been any real like real big developments in Sebastian's case, clue-wise, evidence-wise, or anything like that. But we, as a community, haven't talked about it in a while, and we want to keep him out there. We don't want him to, you know, fall off, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So this is the pictures. I do like the new, that they have 4 different pictures from younger to older, so, you know, you can see the different styles. It describes everything right here, and if you see something, say something, call the call Sumner County TBI, call the FBI with any tips. Don't call in tips that aren't going, you know, that are just gonna waste resources. But every tip is something. And so I wanna bring up this, and tomorrow I will have a special guest co-hosting with me, reviewing some things and things she has not seen. She knows about the case and everything. I've always talked about it, but she has never seen certain, like, interviews and, like, the 1 year. So she is gonna be, she won't be biased. It's gonna be a raw reaction for her, you know, like, while she's listening and while we're talking. I mean, I can tell you, I have grown very close to this case because, you know, he's a young boy, and he's around my oldest son's age, and not only that, but my brother and my 7-year-old are autistic, high level functioning level 1s. So I just really want to, you know, do something to keep his name out there, to keep going, to keep looking. If you think you see him, call the appropriate places. Make sure that, you know, if you can get, because they do, some of the tip lines you can email, if you can get a picture or even a video. Don't chase after, but kind of, like, you know, see if you can keep an eye if he moves about and stuff like that. And that's the best thing you can do, in my opinion. I think he's out there. I don't know. I don't think any of the parents harmed him or have done something to harm him. I have my own feelings about each set of parents. I have my feelings about Chris and Katie, because Katie was the last to see him. So of course, she knows that people look at her because, you know, that was the last she saw him last. Chris has a pretty good full alibi and has been confirmed as I believe. Um, I don't think Seth would ever hurt his son, but there have been things that he's done that aren't, how do I put it, aren't what I would do, you know, and people harp on Katie and Chris how they don't come out and talk, but it's damned if they do and damned if they don't. And I know all of us we want Sebastian home. We want to bring him home. We want him safe. We pray every day that he's safe. I don't use being a medium to give me any information. I go on gut feelings, and my gut says that he's out there somewhere. Don't know where. Who's involved? I have no idea. None at all. But it's one of those things where my gut feeling is saying that he's still out there. He's alive. It's just a matter of finding him. I mean, without any clues, it's been really hard. And if Katie and Chris ever hear this, please know that we support you guys very much. I am so sorry that you're going through all this. I could not imagine how scary it is and what you go through daily. But always have hope, because we have hope for you. And we are spreading the word. We are praying for Sebastian to come home. Same with Seth. We are praying for him to come home and everything to be okay. And I don't want to get into like some conspiracies that have run through my head. There's one that's kind of ran through my head, but I've kept it kind of to myself because I don't want to be somebody to blame anybody, because innocent until proven guilty, and there's no evidence from either side. I look, obviously, all three parents are suspects still to this day. So, but it has come back up, and in a way I'm very glad that this case has been brought back up, so that way we keep his name out there. Anytime we have his name, his face, anybody pops in and finds alive that has never heard of this case, can see the picture, can ask questions, and I can relay the information that I've learned throughout this whole thing, not just the opinions, but fact-based. So I know Elevated Truth did he did a live about it, and he's always been really good with the questions and, you know, thinking outside of the box. He's not one side or the other, really, in my opinion. He's like all of us. We just don't understand what happened. So, I want to review Truth Live from, hold on one moment. Sorry, my little was in here. He's 7-year-old. But we definitely want to talk about it. I mean, we haven't. Nobody's talked about it in quite a while, and with his birthday coming up in December, and then shortly after, it's gonna be like a 2-year mark. It's something I feel that really does need to be re-brought up. Just talking about it so people can learn about it, so people can, you know, if people don't know who he is or what's happened, they can learn. And that's pretty much my mission for this, is just keep it out there, keep things going, all of that. I was listening to Truth, and I think there was certain, I don't know if there are certain things that we haven't known about. I'm not sure. I didn't watch the whole live, so I figured I'd watch the live with you guys and commentate over that. I'm gonna shut this off. And then hold on one moment. I will be right back, guys. My 7-year-old, having a 7-year-old and 16-year-old fighting in the same household sometimes because they get annoyed with each other is oh so wonderful. So I shall be right back, and we will start in on the reviewing Truth's live, so that I think it's a good place to start. And then probably tomorrow I will have a co-host with me to give an unbiased opinion. So I will be right back. Give me 1 minute. sorry about that again. Ugh. Teenagers and hi Taylor. Taylor Swift fan. Good to see you. Sorry, I had a rundown and because the kiddos, oh my lord, one's got an amp going and it's too loud. It's just kids are kids. That's all I can say. So let's go with this so that way I can move it where we can all so let me put in this thing. If I can do it correctly. There we go. So I want to watch, because I didn't, this is me even watching it pretty much for the first time. I think I caught like a glimpse of it, but I really haven't seen it. So if you haven't seen it, or if you have, this is me raw reacting in a way, because I don't think I saw this live. So without further ado, let's go.
Coming from my perspective with nobody else's opinion, involved. I think that we have been going on this assumption that we have been given no evidence along the way. And I think, unfortunately, we have failed ourselves in taking that stance. I think that there's been quite a bit of evidence that we've been presented, that we've chose to ignore, not purposely, obviously. As a community, we've chose to ignore, or maybe we didn't believe somebody, maybe their credibility didn't hold well from past ways of dealing with things, so their credibility's out the window, so we just ignore what they have to say. I think that the silence in this case from law enforcement is the loudest example of an investigation. It is the loudest example of an investigation we could possibly hear. I think that the fact that law enforcement has not turned to the community for more help tells me a shit ton, and should tell you a shit ton.
I can agree with Truth on this. Not saying law enforcement isn't doing everything in their power, because I know they are. The FBI has been participating in everything, but law enforcement not coming out and asking for us to keep this going and keep this talked about, it is a little different, because there's been plenty of cases where law enforcement wants you to keep talking about things and bringing awareness. So I can see his point.
Okay. One of the things that I have learned in my life, not always being on the right side of the law, is the only time that law enforcement asks for help is when they don't know where else to go. The only time law enforcement asks for help is not when they have the answers. They don't ask the public when they have the answers. They simply do their jobs. Now, I find it interesting that in the last couple of days, there has been a report that there are two agencies with differing opinions. Good. Great. Why is that in any way, shape, or form being looked at as a negative? You're telling me that two agencies are investigating it because of two different assumptions, and at some point, one of those trails aren't going to either lead into the other or dismiss one altogether? Have we lost sight with the idea that when multi-agencies are involved, that often they don't pursue the same avenue as the other? If everybody was working on one avenue or one concentration on one case, do you think it's possible that they would miss opportunities? Of course they would miss opportunities. I find it incredibly interesting that it said that Sumner County, and mind you, this is just reported, doesn't make it fact. But I find it very interesting that Sumner County allegedly has one opinion, TBI allegedly has another opinion, but then the FBI releases a reward and doubles down on that reward with adding one little part on the bottom that had never been on anything released by law enforcement before. And it said, known to have connections in Clarksville, Tennessee. Ties to Clarksville, Tennessee. And it makes you think, wow, would that imply that maybe Sumner County is investigating what they believe happened? Accidental, slip, fall, whatever it might be. The TBI is investigating, let's say, one of the parents. And I don't know, maybe the FBI would be investigating the other parent. Would it then make sense that it doesn't give weight that one is heavier than the other, but that three different agencies working together are working three different avenues until they're exhausted? I feel like people have gotten so tied up in thinking that there's something more every time something is released or talked about, and we just forget about the simple basics of how a case is investigated. I find it interesting that we've always heard the saying, those who scream the loudest are the most guilty. Take that for what you want to take it. But we've also been told that those who stay silent are planning their next move. So take that how you want to. Which one is stronger in your brain? Is it the louder you scream, the more guilty you are, or is it the quieter you are, the more scheming you're being? That's really what this comes down to if you're looking at one parent or the other. And let's say none of the parents are involved whatsoever, then what? Then what? I think if we look how There are some people in this case that are willing to meet up with people and talk to people, go out and search with people, provide materials for people. Now, on one side, you could say that is a parent who wants their child found and they don't care what anybody says and they're working with anybody and everybody. Sure, would make a lot of sense if you're looking at it from one perspective. And then on the other perspective, it could easily be said, well, of course they're working with people because they know they're not going to find Sebastian. Which side do you stand on? It's an interesting web that has been woven to try to negotiate through and somehow find some sanity. Somehow find some sanity. Did Sebastian walk out the front door of his house that night on his own free will? Did Sebastian decide that he could do it better on his own? Did he feel pressured? Did he think that he was going to be sent off somewhere? Did somebody in the neighborhood abduct Sebastian? Was there somebody's house in the neighborhood that Sebastian would go to in between the time Katie would get off work and the time Sebastian was at home? It's questions that haven't really been entertained very much because everything else has been brighter and bigger. I find it really hard to understand how a child cannot be seen on camera in any way, shape, or form leaving the residence, but he never got seen after he went into the residence. I think there's an argument to be made that is it possible that somewhere within that small circle of houses that there is somebody that befriended Sebastian? Is it possible that someone at his school listened to his stories, whether true or not? We don't know. And decided that they needed to get Sebastian out of whatever situation he was in and assisted. Did somebody fall for Sebastian? Unintentionally, maybe. Maybe someone at school. And did someone in their family find out about it and get upset? These are all questions. But the biggest question of all is, why do we continue to be so judgmental without looking at it open-mindedly? Let's think about a few things. Katie being quiet, very rarely speaking. A few inconsistencies from her original story to her story now. Nothing that I would say is major, but inconsistencies nonetheless. Does that scream a guilty mom? Or let's look at Seth. Seth has created waves across the internet. Whether good or bad, it's kept Sebastian's name alive. He's acted incredibly out of the box, in my opinion, on different interviews. He has said things about Sebastian that as a parent, most of us wouldn't share publicly. Which one seems to be more believable? Sometimes I have to ask myself the question, is any of this even real? Now, I know a lot of people just gasped and said, what do you mean, Truth? Is this even real? I don't know what I mean. I just know that if I'm not to believe that law enforcement has this under control, if I'm to believe what the internet keeps pushing, that law enforcement doesn't have this under control and, nobody knows what's going on, it's a wild west out here. If I'm to believe that, I have to then think, who could afford for 606 days hide a child? Well, that becomes a hard question to answer, especially when there's a $50,000 reward out there. What would you think? You think you would have to provide someone with at least 5 or 10 times the award amount to keep their silence. And that's just if just one person knew about it. What if 2 people know about it? 3 people know about it? All of a sudden, keeping it quiet, unless there is a bigger system at risk or a bigger collapse at risk. What are these people that keep popping up, swirling things around, and then disappearing for? What is their purpose? What purpose do they serve? Because everything serves a purpose. If ultimately our goal is to help educate people about Sebastian Rogers, and if our goal is to help any way we can bring Sebastian Rogers home, I have a challenge. I have a challenge. This goes out to all the creators that make AI music. How many of y'all in the chat right now have been making AI music? I'm curious. Y'all let me know. I got a challenge for you. Anybody? Chroma Chronicles has? Okay. All right. I want y'all to tell all of your creators that make it, here's my challenge. Over the last 4 weeks, I have counted at least 40, maybe 30 or 40 songs about a certain creator or creators. I challenge those who do AI to do a song about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. But I don't want all of them to be sad, sappy songs. I want y'all to be creative. I want y'all to be creative.
Well, I can definitely accept that challenge, as I do. Everybody knows I create my own music. I've created, before this, I created one for Sebastian, and on Katie's birthday, I came up with another one. But I'm willing to revamp and redo and make another song that stands out, you know? Hi, Darla. Hi, Darla. I'll take on that challenge because, you know what? I think it's a good idea. So, I know I do AI music and videos, and I have for a while. But maybe it's time to go out there and make a new one. And put a lot more meaning into it.
Make sure it's in good taste. And let's see if we can't flood everybody's storyline with songs about Sebastian. The only thing that I ask is that you put pictures or a picture of Sebastian as the thumbnail. Right? Why not? If we have time to fuck around and make AI songs about each other, then we could take just a little bit of that time and be real creative. Make sure you put Sebastian's picture up there. Make sure you use some type of missing information. And let's see what we can do about getting some of these songs out there as well. I would love to listen to them. I've been listening to the ones being done about Charlie Kirk. I think they're amazing. I think people have gotten real fucking creative. Right? That's right, Charming. Y'all keep in mind that Sebastian's birthday is coming up December 7th. He will be 17 years old. And I say he will be 17 years old because I'm going to stand on the fact that Sebastian's still alive.
I agree. We should flood YouTube with. I mean, we have a lot of people who do the AI songs. I mean, and when I do a song that has to do with Sebastian, I do make sure that I put real pictures in there because it's something that is important for people to see his face, just in case they ever saw anything. But I like that idea. I like the idea of flooding people's pages with what I do with AI songs, and put information into it, like who to contact, more about Sebastian himself, just little snippets of, you know, how he's like, what he does, and bring that to life a little bit. We've been told about him, bring that into a song, an AI song, and I am on board to do so.
Alive. Now, I know there was a point that I was pretty convinced that Sebastian wasn't with us anymore. But I can tell you, the more and more you reflect on things you've heard, the more and more you think about how people have said things and how, you know, information has been released, you really get the sense and the feeling that law enforcement believes he's still alive. And they wouldn't just feel that way, in my opinion, if there wasn't some validity. And I will remind you, I've said this time and time again, some people remember it, some people absolutely say I'm crazy. In the beginning of this case, there was a very, very short disclosure about a car, a vehicle. It wasn't, and it said it was a vehicle. There was some information given. I know that at the time, me and my moderator, no, wasn't my moderators. I think once I started my channel, my moderators tried to go back and find this clip, and we couldn't find it. Some people remember it. CJC remembers it. But I wish we literally tried to find this clip. We couldn't find it anywhere. So I think that's an interesting piece that maybe Alabama Mama says she remembers it. Beach Life says she remembers it. The more I talk about this, and I can't tell you where I saw it. I wasn't involved in the case. I didn't even have a YouTube channel at the time, but I remember seeing it. Is Trisha Talks in here? What's going on? Thank you for joining. So here's what I want to do. If you have any questions that is something that you want to, I think it was someone who lived in the area. See, I feel like we're putting way too much concentration into other people, in my opinion, because I'm not convinced that Sebastian couldn't do this on his own. I'm just not convinced about it. You know, the black Altima. Maybe it was a black Altima, Breezy. I don't remember enough to be able to say that was true or that's what it was. But it very well could be what I'm talking about, Breezy. Trisha Talks 1 month away or 2 months away from a YouTube baby. New QR code options on StreamYard. I do SR Flyer. Oh, you're talking about, okay, I got what you're saying, I think. No, it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that at all. It was one of the very first releases of information. And then they pulled that back and they reissued the information without it on there. I very, 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 very specifically remember it. So Kim, I also think that may be possible as well. All right. So anyway, what I want to do is there's two things I'm going to do. One, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. You do have to show your face backstage unless I already know you. Come up. We can discuss things. It's not the Uber car either, Carl. Not the Uber car. This was total and separate from those things. Yeah, Boston. That's what she was telling me. So anyway, you can come up and have a conversation, or you can ask questions and we can have a conversation in the chat. I want to do this for like 45 minutes or so, just so that we can kind of refresh some things, because I feel like we have to be careful that this new turnover of people, even if it's the original people talking about Sebastian's case, new people are coming in, and I worry that they're going to get their head filled with this bullshit that's been going around, as opposed to the brass tacks of what information is out there. No, it wasn't the airport pickup. We've talked about this with moderators. I've talked about it with Clue. We can't, and I'm not the only one that remembers it out of everybody, but we just can't place where we saw it. It was an original release by either the TBI, Sumner County, or one of those affiliates. So it's always sat in my mind as awkward. The BF of a neighbor. What does that mean? I agree with that, Carl. Carl says, good, bad, or indifferent. At least people are talking about Sebastian again. I agree. I just hope it doesn't turn into a 2.0 of before. Mona Lisa, no, that's not what I'm talking about. No, I don't remember anything about it being broken down. No, we've done that, Shorty. We've done that. Yeah, there was so much activity in the neighborhood that night. I agree. Well, and there's a lot of things that are interesting to me. When you listen to certain people talk about the number of cameras and the number of hours of security cameras, you realize real quick that they're not just talking about security cameras within that neighborhood. And I've always had a theory that everybody was concentrating the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was concentrating toward the retention pond for obvious reasons. Autistic children normally go towards water. But when you really look at the situation, makes no sense if you were trying to avoid cameras to walk through an entire neighborhood full of houses with cameras. It would make much more sense if you were looking out of your bedroom window. You would be looking up to where the road is behind. And someone can tell me the name of that road. I forget the name of it right off the top of my head. But it goes, if you go right up, it's on that top road. And the thing is we've gone to that road on Google Maps before. And we've gone to the end of the road and you see it's like a little turnaround, but you can see directly down to Chris and Katie's house, essentially, from that up road. And it's just, if you're trying to avoid cameras, why go through so many when all you got to do is maybe avoid 2 or 3 right here? And that's the road that the lights came from, allegedly, depending on who you ask, right? Because remember, the first picture we were showed with the lights up top are different than the picture where it's in the middle of the field. But nobody wants to talk about that. That's two different pictures. The pictures with the car up on Honeysuckle, thank you, up on Honeysuckle, no one's really ever explained that other than it's a trash truck. But that doesn't really make sense, right? It just really, for me personally, it doesn't make sense. I don't think that anybody threw anything up against the window because, once again, it would have been caught on video, guys. This is what I'm trying to tell you. If anybody would have come up to that house, it would have triggered somebody's camera in front. It would be hard not to. Okay. People can say what they want to say. My personal opinion is it would be hard to. It wouldn't be hard to walk up the street and not set it off, but I think going up towards a house would set it off. And of course, y'all know that law enforcement has all the videos, a lot of the videos from before and maybe a day before, whatever. Was there any truth to the blobs? I mean, I don't know. What someone says is their account. It doesn't mean that it's truth or not, right? It doesn't mean it's truth. It's their personal account. He was said to be wearing all black too. That's what we're told, right? Once again, common sense tells me, maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm trying to be sneaky like a ninja, remember we were told in the beginning he liked to pretend he was a ninja. His favorite character was Nuru. Y'all, damn it, I can't say it. Naruhu, right? Remember them saying he used to run like the character with his arms back, or he does run with the character like the character. Naruto, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. Sorry, I'm not up on anime. But think about it. If we're going to understand that humans have habits, humans are creatures of habits. Naruto, got you. All right. If we're to believe that we are creatures of habit, right? Then Sebastian's going to do things that would be a habit to him, right? So if we know that he doesn't like the outdoors, right? We know he doesn't like to be barefoot. We know these are the things we've been told by the parents. We know that he keeps a flashlight with him, right? Is he going to go in between houses, step on things he can't see, all of that? Or is he going to choose the shortest distance possible to get out? So in my opinion, it's not going towards, and I understand why the investigation went that way, but I also think in my head, if someone was involved in doing this, they would have thought the same thing, right? They would have thought the same thing. Oh, they're going to go towards the retention pond because they think he would go to the retention pond. And yes, Ellie tried to debunk that pretty quickly, but my understanding is that one of the canines, if not two of the canines, went up that direction as well. Also, if you remember, we were told that one of the canines went to either the end of the driveway or the middle of the street and sat down, right? Well, could that be because he took the trash out? Sure, it could be. Could it be because his scent had blown down from him going across the road? Could have been too. You know? My son does path of least resistance, but he also has a pattern, right? Path of least resistance for sure. Well, and here's the other thing. My question also is, we are told that Sebastian didn't go outside, really. He didn't have friends. People didn't know he lived there. That's impossible. It is impossible for people not to have known Sebastian lived there if all of the neighbors were able to give so much information about Sebastian. Has anybody ever stopped to think about that? Because in the beginning, all we heard was the neighbors never saw him. Matter of fact, they didn't even know that Sebastian lived in the neighborhood. Okay, if we're going to take that as truth alone, then anything that we're told a neighbor says negatively about Sebastian or what the parents did to Sebastian doesn't make sense, because originally we were told they didn't even know he lived in the neighborhood. And how could they not know he lived in the neighborhood if he was in school with people that lived in the neighborhood? So they had to have known. There was a school bus that picked him up, separate than the bus that other children took. There is a difference in a big bus and a special needs bus. So for us to believe, we have to believe one of the two. Were we lied to in the beginning? Or were we lied to because it was good YouTube? Have you ever wondered why none of the people who came out on YouTube in that neighborhood ever did news interviews that were worth a shit? Don't you think if their information was valuable, somebody like Nancy Grace would have brought them up, or I don't know, Court TV would have brought them up? Fox News, CBS, NBC, they never did. None of these people with all of this firsthand information. No interviews with any of these neighbors that said they saw this abuse or heard this abuse or were witness to this abuse. None of them have ever interviewed with the news media. They're not under a gag order, because remember, law enforcement tells us there is no criminal investigation. Not that any of us believe that, but that's what we're being told. Which leads me to my next point. If law enforcement is telling us that there is no criminal investigation, then how then are there search warrants being done, if that's true? You can't do search warrants if you don't have an investigation on a criminal matter. That simply is not how our judicial system works. So, furthermore, unless you assume that there was some evidence of foul play after Sebastian went missing, you would never want the security system that was in their house, because it was newly installed after Sebastian went missing. So if law enforcement got a warrant to get those cameras, well, that would mean that they had reason to believe that someone in that house would have talked about the crime on the cameras. What we don't know under this same alleged there was a search warrant was there a search warrant served on Seth as well? Has anybody asked that question? Has anybody gotten an answer to that question? And if Seth was raided, would that make us all think that all three of them were involved, or that law enforcement was actually still investigating? Do you get my point? You can't say that law enforcement is doing nothing if they're serving search warrants, if that's true. Also, why would you need to come back and get electronics a year and something after your child went missing, unless you assumed that there was some type of communication about his disappearance? Once again, I have to press the question, if that is true, did they do the same thing to Seth? And if the answer is no, then that speaks a lot. But if the answer is yes, well, That could speak a lot as well. Or it could just tell us that they're ruling out the parents, and in order to do that, they have to check XYZ PDQ in order to do it. All right. Let me take care of a couple of these real quick. Galactic Shrimp, thank you for being here for 11 months, almost hit a year.
He does bring up a lot of good points. I mean, we do know how dark it is in that neighborhood, and some doorbells can only reach so far. And we know there's different possibilities. Some say runaway, some say something more nefarious happened, some say he was lured out. But it's really hard to make it's really hard to assume something or what could have happened based on the fact that we don't know anything. We don't know any evidence, any tips, anything that's come in. We literally know absolutely nothing. Except for 1 second he was there and the next second he was gone and was seen. I mean, of course, Ellie is gonna have things they hold tight to the vest because that is the safest way to go. You don't want to tip anybody off or whatnot, but the reinvestigation of like the phones and stuff, that's something that's new to me. I hadn't heard that. Allegedly, if it's true, I have not heard news about that. I mean, there's only just so many possibilities that would make sense. In order not to be seen on camera, he would have either had to move behind houses and or very slowly, like, because they didn't, I guess they have no, like, street lights, like, literally almost in the middle of the street to really not be seen. These doorbell cams can only see so far, and most of them are triggered by movement. Could there be more that they know that hasn't been released? Of course there could be, but they're not going to tell us, just in case, you know, it could damage the investigation. But I personally think he's still out there because something he said is the FBI is offering a $50,000 reward to the person to give the whereabouts of him, not like some other ones that said the whereabouts of this person or the people that could be involved in whatever had happened. It's one of those things that, like, it makes you really think, what the hell happened? What could possibly have happened? What other scenarios could there be besides something happening nefariously, being a runaway, being lured out by either a person from school, something like that, somebody that he knows and is in a different place. There's so many certain theories, but no evidence to support really any of it. Besides the beginning, Ellie hasn't said anything about it, hasn't said, oh, this is what we've learned, or anything like that. It's one of those cases you're stumped. You're like, well, this could happen, but what if it's this? It's a rare case. Like, there's literally nothing. There's no evidence, there's nothing that was left behind, as in, like, he left behind his phone and stuff, but there's no evidence in text messages or him having social media, which we were told he didn't have. No evidence in sightings that were confirmed legit. No, not even a, like, really something out of place. So that just makes it like 10 times harder to really figure this out. One moment he was in the house, the next he was gone, and in the morning that's when Katie realized it. And he could have walked out the front door and not be seen. If he maneuvered through the darkness in the night, he wouldn't have been seen. I know that the recording or the video that SF had put out there, where it looks like somebody's going back and forth, I, in my opinion, think there could be something to that, because it would be shortly after his mother went to bed. But there hasn't been sightings, there hasn't been, cameras that have caught anything anywhere the last almost 2 years. Nothing that could lead to a direct path that, it's really, really weird. It's one of those cases that you don't really ever see. I mean, a kid just poof, missing. And somebody has to be involved in some way, as in, like, not the parents harming their children, but people. Hold on one moment. I sincerely apologize. My 7-year-old, as you guys know, it's not just ADHD. He is on the spectrum, and his fits and behavior have increased a bit. He has appointments coming up to figure out what is best for us to do for him to help him learn his emotions and how to explain to us his emotions, because he's not there yet where he really realizes how to express anger without getting like a temper tantrum. He doesn't know how to express sadness without, a temper tantrum. So we try and calm him down so we can listen to him, and at the end of it, he wanted a daddy, and that's who he has right now. I had to hold him so that way he didn't hurt himself or myself. Just a big bear hug, that's all I did. You just give him you just hug them tight. And it's been happening more often, and we're just trying to figure out as parents what to do, because as a parent you feel like you are failing your child because they don't understand it, your child doesn't understand it, so how can we? Autism is just a broad spectrum. It's very vast. There's so many different sectors of it, and the severe combined ADHD doesn't help. So we're trying to learn as we go. So I do apologize for having to step away. Fenrir completely took over. He knew. I told him, please take over. I want to apologize. I'm sorry, but my kids do come first, and they will forever come first. When it comes down to it, I will even shut down a stream for my children. I do not care. My kids come first. And he's going through certain phases that we're just trying to do the best we can do. We don't yell, we don't scream, because we know that's not going to help him. We don't believe in the spanking or anything. That's not what we do. We try to either sit him down and let him kind of calm down and then talk one-on-one, or we just get on his level and we just try to have a discussion with him, because it is hard for him to understand feelings and understand that it's okay to have those feelings, and how to tell mommy and daddy why he's angry, why he's upset, why he's sad, why he's scared, So it's been really tough for us, because it's not an easy thing to watch your child go through, because we don't know how to make it all better. And I know there isn't a way to make something all better, especially, with an autistic, kid on the autism spectrum, like level 1. He's only level 1, but his is more behavioral, and it's just, we are trying to figure it out as we go along. We're trying to find ways that help him express himself, help him and help us learn what to do and how to approach things, and the best way we can approach things and avoid a temper tantrum. But as of right now, temper tantrums are unavoidable. So I do apologize for having you guys wait, but my kids are gonna come first and foremost, always and forever. So I had to go try and calm him down because his new thing is screeching for some reason, and it was his little sister doesn't like loud noises either. She's actually getting tested herself too. So I wanted to make sure he was okay, and that, if I could quiet him down, calm him down, understand what was going on. It was just something simple as he wanted to watch a movie on the big screen, even though he has a setup in his room where we could put the Netflix on. But sometimes just kids in general, when they're like honed in on something, that's what they want. And it's hard to it's hard to not make them upset, because you're like, you gotta tell them no. I mean, even our littlest one, you tell her no, oh, she brings on the tears and a little sad puppy dog face. Oh boy, does she. She definitely does not like the word no. So, while in a way I do apologize that I had to step away, but I knew Fenrir was right here. And I know he could instantly take over, and he knew what to do. I'm not sorry at the same time, because it's my kids. And if my kids need me, they need me. And just how it's always gonna be. We as parents are still learning about his form of autism. Like, it's more emotional based, and trying to help him along with the emotions and help calm him down when his emotions overload to the point where he acts out. Thanks, darling. It is frustrating for us as parents, because all we want to do is help, and it feels like everything we do doesn't. It does. It's a big learning curve that we have been looking into. His therapist has been amazing in helping us. So as a psychiatrist, and just other people that go through the same things, sometimes that helps. I hate seeing my babies upset. I hate seeing them upset and in tears. I hate seeing them angry because, they had to be told no. No parent wants to, have to tell their kid no, because, it makes them upset. Nobody wants their baby to cry. My best friend has a daughter, and hers was... Darling, that's exactly how he is. So okay, so you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. that makes me feel a little better that somebody out there knows. I mean, I know a lot of people do, but finding people that you're close to that understand, it's hard. So you know exactly the emotional and behavioral outbursts is the same kind he has. But we are working on it, and we're gonna get through it because he is our he's our baby boy, and I don't think there's a damn thing we wouldn't do for him. Is there anything we wouldn't do for him? Nope, we would do anything. So if I ever have to excuse myself and Fenrir takes over, just know it's probably something to do with the kiddos. And I will be back. Hi, Happy Feet. How are you? I hope you're doing well. So, he is actually snuggling with Daddy right now. He wanted Daddy. After I calmed him down a bit, he ran straight up the stairs to Daddy and wanted cuddles. So, he's snuggling with Daddy right now. And probably will fall asleep with Daddy, and then Daddy can put him in his bed and stuff. And plus, all, school always over, can, what is it called? Overstimulate them, and there's things that overstimulate just in general, I think. And, finding ways for him to kind of release that overstimulation is what our next step to learning is like, how do we teach them to do something, like, it could be stimming, it could be anything, however he feels like could help, get all those bad yucky feelings out. That's what we've been moving on to learn about, and it's gonna be a long journey, but I appreciate you guys so much. And I know a lot of you guys either have kids yourself or know kids that have the same thing, and know how hard it can be. So I'm gonna let him snuggle with his daddy, and we will continue on with this, because it just so happens that we're talking about Sebastian, and then I have to step away from it, because my little one's autism is kind of making him ramp up. So I guess maybe that's also another reason why this case hits me, is because I have my own. I mean, I followed this case since day one, and we've known before he was diagnosed that he probably had it. Just, he was similar to my brother in a way, in all the good ways. And so Friday, our daughter will be starting her testing. Huh? Thursday, she's going to be doing her testing. And the woman who does the testing is fantastic. So we're very blessed. And now now the littlest one is yelling. Yeah, she's yelling at her aunt and whatever else she wants to yell at. Oh my. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. My babies are everything. They are my world. And I even told my oldest today, I said, I have to be your mom before I can be a best friend. Because, mama's got to do what mama's got to do with a 16-year-old. Because he's been getting into that stage with the mood swings and, more changes in the body, all that kind of stuff. and the attitude stuff. So as soon as he turns 16, that's um I did make, darling, I did make one, but I don't know where it is, but I have seen them made, and I really do want to make another one, because I think that's a good idea. He's 7, um, and he's 7, and he's in 2nd grade, and I mean, at school, he's wonderful, and school's more, structured, as at home is woohoo wild. Yeah, darling, that's what I want to maybe remake an attempt to see if that's something he would like. Because, I mean, I'm mesmerized by them, too. I'm not gonna lie. I could sit there for hours watching them. It's that too, Happy Feet, you are correct. Put, maybe, like, have him pick out what he wants that we could put in there to swirl around, or the colors, or whatever he would like, and we can do it together, glue down the cap, and, let him, anytime he wants to, just grab it and play with it. If he feels like he's getting overwhelmed, grab it and go ahead. Shake, 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 and just, to your heart's. That's what I want to do, darling. I want to make a bunch of them, so that way, like, if there's different ones that calm him down different ways. Yeah, like snow globes, yes. I love snow globes. I think they're, and it's like when you have a snow globe and you're shaking the snow and then you watch it all settle. It's something that captivates you, and you just hone in on and focus on that instead of being emotional. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys. Darling, I appreciate you, Happy. I appreciate you for really, really good advice, because I had forgotten all about those jars, but that is definitely what I'm going to be getting at the store, and I will make some, and then I'll have him help me make some, and then maybe even make little mini ones for the little one, in plastic ways. I will do like a plastic bottle for her, because we don't want anything broken. Maybe even plastic for the older one, but anything that they can just stare at. Like, even there's you can do it sparkles, you can put like confetti kind of stuff in, and it swirls. You can do it exactly like a snow globe. You can put there's just so many ways to create them and to make them all different. Like, I used to make resin artwork, and nothing ever came out the same. Like, anything I made, it never turned out the same, and that's what I loved about it, is nothing was exactly similar. Hi, Carl. How are you doing? And baby boy is now asleep with his daddy. It's good to see you, Carl. And yes, I am talking about Sebastian. I just had to previously step away for a few, because my 7-year-old autistic son was having a bit of an emotional outrage. But with the help of amazing people in here, mods, subs, all of you guys, you guys have great, great ideas, and I thank you so much. Yeah, the plastic ones, like, and maybe I mean you can do different sizes, so that way it. Oh, oh, Carl, that's what I gotta do for Carl. Okay, hold on one quick second. I will do this because it's Carl, and I know he probably really, really has to have it. Oh, Carl, that's okay. You know, there's so many creators, you know, you get lost on the YouTube streets, and we enjoy having you here. And we were just discussing how to help calm my little one, my 7-year-old down when he has a hard time understanding emotions and behaviors, and outlashing is his go-to. So we're talking about like those calm down jars, and there's so many possibilities. And thank you guys for like the advice, for understanding. You all have no idea how much it means to me. That'd be great. That'd be awesome, darling. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Alright, let me see for quote 3, Carl. Hold on. We shall create that for Carl, because that is Carl's favorite. Where is it? Commands. Oh, quotes. Add. How did I do that? I just want to make sure I do it the right way. Okay. Whoa. Oop, it'd help if I spelled it right. Okay. Let me make sure this is gonna work. Alright, let's see. Let me see. Please work. Did I do it right? Let me see how I did the first one. Oh, wrong one. Should work. Let me make sure I spelled everything. Oh. Quote. Ah! Come on. Work for me. Come on, Streamlabs. Yeah, Streamlabs is very sensitive. But there's also another way I can do it. Just in case, just for now until it sets in. Hold on. Okay. Yes, we're gonna do that so that way that one can be for everybody. Okay. Now this should work. There you go, Carl. And I made sure it was for you specifically. There it is. There's Carl's quote. So now Carl has his quote, and it is specifically named Carl's quote because that's his favorite one. Okay. Now I'm gonna get back to reviewing. I figured I was gonna figure out a way, one way or another. I was gonna figure it out. No, the only thing you don't, Carl, don't put any spaces. Don't put any space in between the quote and 3. That's the only difference because it's a command now. The quote will be that when it wants to work, but hi Squishy. If you do, yes, there you go. There you go, Carl. Well, I guess sometimes what starts off as a crazy, hectic, not so amazing news day, mental health bad day, children during fits bad day turns into something that, you know, you can make, it could be funny, you know, and you can make somebody's day that easily. Oh, that's been his favorite ever since it was created. Clue created that. Clue, please don't get mad at me that I have it in here. Once Clue had it created, oh, people would go ham on it. So, I am gonna get back to reviewing the video since we kind of lost a little bit of time, and we can most definitely have discussions in between. So I'm gonna go over here. Let's see.
I appreciate you. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. I appreciate you. Zebco, thank you for becoming a new member again. I appreciate you being here. Trisha Talks, got you already. Thank you, ma'am. Brianna, thank you for your super chat. That was also around the time BHB GJ came back, no true bill. I think the warrant was for her on those cameras. All right, let's devil's advocate this real quick. Do you think they would need a warrant for cameras in a case to help Chris and Katie? You don't think that Chris and Katie would hand over voluntarily the evidence from when she was there? I mean, if it was to help their case, they would absolutely hand it over. Why wouldn't they? You wouldn't need a warrant. No, they wouldn't have gotten one. If that's the case, they would never waste the court's time to get a warrant when they know it would be voluntarily handed over. All you'd have to do is ask it from the attorney, hey, we need the surveillance. And the attorney would say, hey, Chris, Katie, you need to provide me with the surveillance. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, although that's a good excuse, don't get me wrong, and I understand the first thinking of it, it kind of just doesn't work. And technically, you're right, Carl, you can't get a warrant for no reason. Right? So, once again, you have to decide a couple things. One, you have to decide if you believe that there was a search warrant that was served. Okay? Then, if you decide, no, I don't believe there was a search warrant served, well, then you don't have to go to the next steps, okay? But let's say, okay, I believe a search warrant was served. Your second question is, okay, what were the grounds for the search and seizure? Well, kidnapping doesn't really fall in the line, right? Because it would be parental at that point. So I don't think you'd go after that. There's no sign of assault. So I couldn't imagine them getting for that. And they're acting as if Sebastian's still alive. So it couldn't be for homicide. What is it that you could use as a basis to get a search and seizure warrant on security cams that were installed after the disappearance occurred? See how it makes things very interesting if you go down that road? Everybody heard Tony say what? I'm sorry, Crimes. Hear Tony say what? That he was in his car sleeping for 2 or 3 hours? Nanny, you can find the clips. They're on YouTube. They are on YouTube. But okay, so then you figure, okay, what would be the crime? Let's say you can figure something out. I'm not sure what the crime would be at this point, but let's say you figure a crime out that is a felony, because you're going to need a felony to get a search and seizure. In my opinion, on a case like this, it's going to need to be felony shit. Okay, there's that. Then you have to have some type of proof, in my opinion, to show me that there was a raid. I don't know, pictures of law enforcement. You're telling me that they did a raid on a house of gun owners that proudly talk about owning guns, that if the raid is something to do with Sebastian, that then they think that you're going to be non-violent? No, I would assume that they would handle you as though you were going to be violent, and they would come in with force. We don't have any pictures of that. I've not seen them. Have you seen any? So I'm not saying that a raid or a search warrant wasn't served, but I'm just saying in a case where everything has been so Hollywood, you're telling me that not one person has a video or pictures of law enforcement line the street serving a warrant on Chris and Katie? Because I haven't seen that. If you have that, let me know. Let's see, Oshers. No one is saying that Proudfoots had no knowledge of cameras being installed. They were the ones that installed them. Oh, I don't know what y'all are talking about. Maybe they thought those cameras was verbal conversations about where, I mean, once again, not saying you're wrong. That is a perfectly okay, not out of left field idea. And I could get with that, right? But under what crime? We heard they served it on police scanner. What did you? I haven't heard the police scanner, so, or I may not remember of hearing it. Wonder if they thought CPS daughter said something. CPS, nah. I try my best to keep his daughter out of conversations out of respect for the little girl. I don't think she has absolutely anything to do with this case. You know, I just choose not to even include her in the conversation. The only thing that I could think about was if that the minor went back home, there were allegations that were made, and somehow they think that the cameras would show something. But it would have to be a totally different situation. But yeah, I choose on my channel to, as much as possible, you know, stay away from it. We heard the warrant being served. Chris talked about it. Jay has the police count. So a warrant for the search warrant. Yeah, I need to hear that. I haven't heard it. I mean, but that would make sense if there was an allegation of some kind, abuse, whatever, that they would come and get. That would be the only thing that would make sense, honestly. Because it was about BHP, not a search warrant. That's what I thought. There was a difference in a search warrant and like Chris went up on Clue's panel and discussed the warrant. Warrant or search warrant?
Carl, I think there's many of us that do. It feels not that we're exactly being played. I look at all three parents, but I also look at how all three parents have acted. And one's outlashed more. And okay, I won't say the conspiracy thing. The thing that's been on my mind. Anything stated by me is allegedly, in my opinion, speculation. It's for entertainment purposes only. No, you have to actually state it on your live. My chat has their own theories, feelings, and opinions that they are allowed. None of this is fact. Do your own research. And nothing is fact unless it's actually proven. But what stuck out to me most was when it had been after Sebastian turned 16, and then he renewed with At Night for 2 more years, which would equal him being 18. Why that stuck out to me, why that gave me a really weird gut feeling, I can't tell you why. All I can say is it was a feeling I've had that popped out of nowhere. But once I heard that he signed up for 2 more years and it would be 18, and the fact that he said that if he, some of the things that he allegedly said, I'm not gonna quote it, but once I find him, we're gonna take off on a long vacation, or What's that? Oh, thank you. He's in bed. He ran. Sorry, my 26-year-old's up here. He was exhausted after. I was just trying to. Yeah, he wanted daddy. Yep. Without.
I did text you an explanation as of why I did shut the movie.
That's why he's.
Why I did shut the movie. There was a reason.
Why?
I texted it to you.
Well, I'm on live. I'm not gonna look at my text.
Okay, you can open your text after.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
we restated. Look, I have.
But I did what you told me to do. I said. I just did.
We're all learning. Anyway, so let's see. So from the beginning has made me feel like, but you guys know I can't. Carl, I'm the same way. I can, and I'm not ashamed to admit, but I do admit, before I had come over, had my eyes open with Clue, Queen, and a lot more creators when I was with T-Rev and modding for T-Rev, before even him and T-Rev had a falling out. I don't think I blamed Katie or Chris or anything. I never really felt like I blamed them for something happening. It was more so, it seemed he was doing so much, and he was, trying to be the standout dad, and oh, she's waving to you guys. My 19-month-old is waving to you all. She says hi. She's waving to all of you. Literally, she's waving. But if you just heard her, she just said hi to you guys. If you want your daily dose of serotonin, just listen. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's that? Hi. Hi. What's that? Kiss, kiss. Mwah. Here you go. Mwah. What's that? Oh, Mommy's headphones? Did they go on her ears? What's that? Oh, kiss. Mwah. You just found my things. Okay, Mommy's gotta get back to work now, okay? If you needed a little dose of serotonin and happiness, I hope that helped. That's my baby. That's my baby. She's the one who's got the appointment. She tested as well, but man, is she too smart for her own good. God dang. And just hearing her voice, if it made you smile, I'm glad I can make you guys smile. But from the all I can hear is her. But from the beginning, I did believe in what Seth and how Seth. Yeah, she loves making her noises. She loves, her favorite thing to say is, "What's that? What's that? Who's that?" But I was so enthralled with Seth and thought, it's okay. How he was always out there, I fell for it. I did. Without looking at the bigger picture. But then I found a different side of YouTube and I looked at a way different picture. It opened my mind a lot more. That doesn't mean I'm siding with either one. It's just, it opened my mind and made me see things and hear things from Seth that, I don't know, it just... And yes, I know, Carl, the date has always stuck with you, and you said that since day one, that date has always been something in your mind. And it's hard not to think that either. I know he made a YouTube channel, and he did what, maybe a handful of lives and then just stopped. Tony's nowhere to be seen anymore. I guess Seth is seen in chats, but only like mainly one chat. And he's not speaking out. Where's his PR person? Do they work together? Somebody said that it came out that he's not even talking to at night, or it was said in Moon was like, I don't know for that to be fact. I had heard something about that. And the whole thing with people on here, yeah. Yep, Happy Feet. I can see exactly where you're coming from. Like I said, something when I heard about it, when he signed on with that night for 2 more years, which would mean in 2 years Sebastian would be 18 and an adult. So what happens if he just pops back up? And you know, he had been on Alive and something similar stated to, I think it was the Lore Lodge. I want to say it was the Lore Lodge, or I want to say it was, but don't quote me. Where he said, you know, if I find, you know, if my son is found, he won't be going home to those psychopaths, or calling them psychopaths, like,
Seth did something. Point blank obvious.
I mean, my gut feeling is it possible Seth had a role in something? Am I leaning more towards that? Sometimes, yeah. Like, but hurting him wise, you know, doing anything to harm, or unalive, or anything like that. No, I don't think, I don't think for a second that Seth would harm his child. Just, I just, there's so many things, 2-3 hours, you know, off camera, sleeping in his truck, and there's just so, I mean, we can speculate all we want. We don't know what happened. You know, we know that there's probably evidence that's known, but, you know, I mean, almost coming up on 2 years, would we like to have some more input? Yes, but are we owed that? No. You know, we aren't owed anything. I mean, Katie and Chris have done a lot not being online or on panels or, anything like that. They have done a tremendous amount without even having to come online. Chris started coming online. But what Chris did was he talked more about Sebastian, like who he is, what he likes to do. Like, he gave us more insight into who Sebastian really is and all the things and stories and stuff like that. Chris came on here and really did, give us more of a visual and some knowledge of, when you hear Sebastian's name, what you think, when you hear his name. I am the same way. I try to give both sides. I don't think either side would harm or do anything nefarious or hurt their child. It's just, this is my opinion. The whole thing with At Night renewing for 2 years, which would make him 18. The statements such as it isn't word for word. If he finds him, he's taken off for a road trip or whatever. And if he comes home, he's not going home to Katie and Chris. It's those little things that have been said that, as a parent myself, doesn't seem, it when you add it all up, it seems weird. Now, that's just my opinion. That's just a gut feeling I've had. That's just what's gone in my head. Doesn't mean that it's true. Doesn't mean that that's what Seth is doing. Doesn't mean that Katie isn't guilty. Doesn't mean she is. Doesn't mean Seth is guilty. Doesn't mean he isn't. Doesn't mean... Honestly, at this point, the one person who has a pretty much rock solid alibi is Chris. Because he was on, I believe he was on surveillance the whole time. And the night, I remember one of, I think it was maybe his boss or something, Chris was putting a skirt on the camper, and his boss or coworker took off at like 6 p.m. to go to the bar. He came back from the bar about 11 o'clock, and Chris was still in the same place. On top of, people have said that anytime you go in and out of that campground, you have to sign in and out. And you can't say that there's not cameras at that campground. It's just simple things that come to my mind and have come to my mind with the help of others, that, if Chris and Katie did all this thing with the RV, you don't think something or somebody would have said something? Or if Chris left in the middle of the night because they have to sign in and out of that campground because they have a specific lot, that it wouldn't have been logged or caught on camera? I mean, I might be completely wrong. I could be completely wrong about it. I could be, it could be completely, who knows? This is just what I feel in my heart and soul, my gut. That's just my gut feeling. I don't know why. But it hit me one day, and I was just like... And other things that were said came to mind, and it all just... I can't help how I feel, I guess. I think it's strange how Chris said Katie... Yeah. Katie and Chris have never spoken down about Seth. They have said he's his biggest cheerleader. Katie said he's an amazing father and he loves his son. And there was one itty bitty instance where he said one, like, 2 sentences when he was on panel on Clues a while ago after months of something building, and it was mainly aimed at a different creator on here. He said he had just had it, and I can't blame him. And he said like maybe 2 or 3 sentences about Seth, and that was it. And then Seth went on this huge, long, you're a bitch, tyrant. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute here, you know, Chris's whole thing wasn't aimed at Seth. There was only like a few sentences that had to do with anything to do with Seth. Everything else had to do with a different creator. Because of everything she was saying. It had nothing to do with, you know, with that. And it just... I'm just reading your guys' comments. I don't know how they hold back either. I don't. I mean, if it was my baby, I mean, of course, yeah. It's even Chris and Seth both gonna look at Katie because she was the last one to see him, yeah. But she knows that. She accepts it, she knows it. She doesn't deny it. She's not out here trying to, you know, debunk it and saying, oh, I didn't have it. She's not doing any of that. You know? If anything, she's done the opposite. She's told even Clue that she would be worried if Clue didn't suspect her. That says a lot. Oh, I must miss that one, Carl. I did hear you on, I think Queen Bee was, reacting and or watching, or it was Clue, about, the nerdy, I think it was the nerdy addict or whatever, and I heard you go on, and I thought they treated you like shit. It was really rude of them. I don't give a shit who's on, who they have on panel. You're asking questions, and it's any questions about a missing kid. How is that a bad thing? I don't think it is. Ask the questions. Make the people think. Create conversations. Get his name out there. I think what you did was great, Carl, when you called in. And I think they were rude as hell to you, and I was pissed when I heard it. I didn't hear it actual live, but when I did hear it, I was mad. It's just like, for me, my mom, even though my biological father was an alcoholic and a narcissistic, manipulative, pathological liar, she never spoke one bad word about my biological father or kept me from him, because she knew I had to learn on my own. She never talked bad, and I never talked bad. I have a total of 4 kids. My first 2 are from 2 different, yep, my first 2 have 2 different dads. My second 2 have the same father. But I have never spoke bad about, and would never speak bad about, their fathers in front of them, no matter what. That's not what you do. You don't speak, especially in front of a kid, or if you don't know, Sebastian's listening, or has to come back and hear all this. Like, seriously, where do you think Sebastian's really gonna want to be? 'Cause I don't see it, him wanting to be with Seth while Seth was saying all this stuff about Katie and Chris, and Katie and Chris did nothing but say good things about him. It just irks me so bad. I know they did hang up on, Carl, I was pissed when I heard it. I cannot believe how rude they were. I don't care if that, whatever, Beatrice was up there to do whatever. When it came out, she used AI. She wasn't even doing it, whatever specialty, whatever she does. Facial, whatever. She didn't even do that. It's not like she watched a video of Seth, or Seth wasn't on panel, or Chris or anybody else, for her to do what she supposedly does right there in front of everybody. It was something that was ran through AI. And I would rather hear Carl talk for like 3 hours than this crazy bitch who, I don't know what the hell she's even talking about. Didn't seem like she even cared, in my opinion. And that's not a dig at Nerdy Addict himself. That I'm talking about the person he had on his show. The woman he had on his show, not him. I don't really know much about Nerdy Addict, so I haven't formed a full opinion. I never caught the lives or anything, so I don't know. I don't know too much about a show, or about him, or about like how he is. I only know what I've heard from other people. That's about it. But Katie and Chris have endured being slammed by not just people in general and the media, but by the father of the child. And they sat there and they took it. And they didn't say one bad. I don't think I've ever even heard Katie say a bad sentence about Seth. Not one. Not even one. She had signed. That's right, she did sign an NDA. You're right. Yeah, I agree with you, Carl. I have to agree with you on that. I do. I really, really do. I think that, it's been almost, it's coming up on 2 years. We should start bringing this up, bringing attention to it, because things, I guess, have come out, and now that they've come out, give it give it views, give it exposure, and have the people that have been following this freaking case, wholeheartedly, a voice. Let them call in and talk. Let them, give their opinions. Nobody's gonna agree perfectly, and that's fine. There's not teams, but there's 2 different sides of YouTube for this exact reason. There's their side and our side. And I'm damn happy I'm on this side. Yes, dark side, we have cookies. So, you know what? I will follow the cookies. And Princess will too. But my mind was so much more open to so much after I start, like I tell people with Queen Bee, when she was taught, when she would, use T-Rev, when I was watching T-Rev, and she would review them. Oh, trust me, I left comments in her comment section after her lives and stuff like that. You would have never thought that I would completely switch up, because my eyes were opened to who she really is and how caring she is, and how much Clue, how much, Granny, how much Queen, and a lot of other people have invested in caring about this case. Even Truth. This site has cared about talking about Sebastian and not blaming one side or the other. Yeah, did we look at some certain things on each side? Of course. But we looked at it on both sides, not just one. Yeah, she did. She did try, and I was just like, lady, you. She literally, like, sounded. When you were talking to her, she sounded like whatever her specialty was. She didn't specialize in that, because it literally just.
Specialized in, I know how to make it.
She didn't represent herself well at all. At all. I don't believe in whatever she does. I don't know what she does. But if that is supposed to make me believe in that, then yeah, well, they failed. I don't know what else to say about that. Yeah, happy feet there to defend themselves in court. I mean, look at what happened with BHB. She's still got DROs on her. They renewed them, as far as I've heard. And I know it's been taking forever for this appellate court crap. And I know that it was said it could take a while. But if that hasn't slowed her down, not one bit. And all I know is she was supposedly fitted for a bulletproof vest for the next time she went down there to Tennessee. Like, people were gonna go after her. Like, lady, people have better things to do. You know, it is what it is. It's not, people aren't gonna care about going after you. You're not that important. You know, all the offense. I was gonna say no offense, but all the offense. It's just, I've seen some of these people that aren't on the side we're on, see them, how bad they have spiraled down since being involved in this case. T-Rev, when he moved to Tennessee, he started spiraling downhill. And I don't even know who he is anymore. Betty got involved. Look at how much she's aged. And what she looks like now compared to before it. Look at Moo and how deeper hole she's gotten herself into since doing this. I would never, whether I sided with one person or another, I would never sign it. The first warning sign would be sign an NDA. I'm not, bro. Nope. Not doing it. That would instantly throw me off and be like, no, absolutely no. I'm not signing no NDA. Are you kidding me? You're not gonna take my voice away. And Katie and Chris, I've never seen them have people sign NDAs. I've never seen them tell people what they can and cannot talk about. I've never seen Katie or Chris send out C&Ds to creators. Not saying that that they can't be guilty, because they can be. So I'm not saying they're innocent by any means, so please do not take it that way. But I mean, Fenrir actually he's seen me follow this case throughout the whole entire time. Literally. He would ask what I was watching, and I would, at that time it was TV, I was talking about, I would talk to him about the case. Like, I've talked with him about the case throughout this whole entire time, have I not?
Yeah.
And, anything new that comes up, I go and talk to him, because I ask him his opinion. Because me and him are both parents, so, he's been divorced, so therefore, he has 2 children with his ex-wife, but he would never, they have an understanding, and at the end of the day, he knows his ex-wife loves her sons, whether he agrees with certain things or not. That she loves them, they're fed, they're clothed, they're happy, they're healthy, and that's all he cares about. And that they have their mother in their life. That's what he cares about. He even gives utmost respect to his ex-wife's husband, because they were actually friends prior. And even though I went with him to court so he could have his 2 sons every other weekend, it was a battle, but they didn't go after each other. Nobody went after each other. I mean, yeah, there were disagreements, and people, she would try to say, oh, can we just but nothing of the sort where he would say anything that, like, Seth has said about Katie and Chris. Now, what she says, that's a different story. To other people, I'm not going to get into that. That's whatever, that's her. That's not what he does. That's not how he is. He does not talk bad about his son's mother in front of them. Never has. He's the same way as me. He just doesn't. Because he also is from, like me, in a way you would call a broken home.
Yes.
Because,
Divorced children.
yeah, his parents divorced, my parents divorced,
Mine did it when I was 2.
my mom remarried, both his parents remarried.
My father remarried twice.
Yeah, his father remarried twice, but he found the right one. For his 3rd one. I even call her Ma. I mean,
28 years.
it's incredible when you come from that kind of background, the same kind of background that Sebastian does, that you see so much more and you see so many different things in different ways because you are that child that has been there. Let's see. When you think about it, the one side has YouTube creators, on the other side, same with the other side. It's weird. It's like chess. Just look at the. Yep. Carl, I agree. Yeah, the burner phone threw me off, and I think actually Truth might have cleared it. I know you weren't. I know you were in his. I don't know if it was him that cleared it up, or it was something where it was Truth's back, and it was actually a call Sebastian made to Seth's burner phone that he was gonna give to Sebastian. I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me. That's what I believe I heard. Don't know. Don't put it on me if I'm wrong. I'm only trying to go on my memory, and I'm Dory in Finding Nemo. So sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. I have these feelings lately when it comes to it. I have mixed feelings too. I do, because you know, as much as you want to say, you know, you believe Katie and Chris, well, one, that would be wrong anyway, because how could you do that when she was the last to be with him? Or say you believe Seth when you don't know what could have been done. Because there's nothing to know. We have nothing. Seem to know very little about the phone situation, but I bet Clue might. All I know about the phone situation was it was a call before he disappeared. Before he had disappeared or went missing, it was a call to a burner phone that led to Clarksville. That was the main information that I originally heard, and that's at that point, that's what I heard. That's it. Oh, geez, Happy Feet. I forgot. Yeah, you're ahead. Thank you for coming in. I really do appreciate it. And always feel free. You're always welcome in. And I love having you in here. It was great having you chit-chat. Thank you. I know also, and people have varying opinions on Stephen Crabtree, but you are exactly, you see, you're already in tomorrow. You're 5 hours ahead of me. But oh crap, I lost my train of thought. And then Happy Feet's not your fault, that's my fault. My ADHD brain is having an off moment. We'd have different variations of ADHD over there, mister. You don't squirrel. Well, you do, but
I score far worse than you, but I don't go fishing.
that's why I said I'm ADHD. We have different variations. I have Dory ADHD. Thank you. Happy Feet already knew what I was going to say. You know what? Happy Feet. I know exactly. I know exactly what position you need because thank you. Thank you. And let me just let Fenrir know. So he's not out of the loop. Happy Feet is a monster show. That's how I know Happy Feet. And I've modded with them and I've known them. So really, really, good person, bring up great conversations. He's also in the UK too, so.
I already knew that when he said it's 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah. But he's not.
If you're not Patricia, you probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, yes, but yes, okay. People have different and opposing feelings about Crabtree. Now, it has many different reasons to it because he did hit a downward spiral. Oh, trust me, I wanted to because you really do bring good convos, and I know you know it. You've modded for quite a long time, and you bring really good things that I wouldn't even think about to the table, ideas that I wouldn't even think about. But has Crabtree done things in the past that he's not proud of? Of course. Is he on the road to, and has been, to better himself? Yeah, he has. He does his therapy. He's, in control of his, ADHD. He's more so working than, online. He'll be in chat sometimes, but he's not streaming every second of every day. He stepped away. But that was after a whole year of almost pretty much every single day going out there with his drones looking, combing over every part of what he could. Personally, I adore Crabtree for what he's done. I think he's a great guy. He has a huge heart. Has he made mistakes? Of course, but haven't we all? I mean, yeah, I know there's people that don't like him, but he's been treated pretty damn bad by people, and it wasn't, there was no reason for it. He's gone and he's gotten the help he needs. He's working on him and his family because he realized what was going on, and that takes a lot. But he still did go out for over a year, and he would search, and hours and hours. Good in Crabtree, and he just wants to help. I'm proud of him. He oh my god, he can be funny as hell, especially some of the things he says in the story. Some of the stories he has. Oh, he gets me. Oh my god, I started laughing, and I'm laughing for a good while. He laughs at himself. He makes jokes about things. Hold on one moment. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Me and we were just sitting here and we heard our little one start to. There's a certain way that when they get really worked up, they cry, and it's like it's a harsh cry where they're like, if you let it go, it can actually cause harm. But it was just because she was pissed off at her big brother for trying to put her to sleep. But me and Fenrir both ran down the stairs to check on her, so that's why I was just like, I'll be right back. But she's good. It was just she was just pissed off at her older brother. That's all it was. So it's just not our night tonight, I guess. I think it's possible that Crabtree really saw something. Carl, that is I do wonder about that. And I know that it will bother him until Sebastian comes home. In whichever way it has to be. We all want the best outcome. I mean, obviously people think he's alive because the FBI has that reward. They haven't changed it. They haven't. So for an FBI to put out a reward like that and only state reward up to 50,000 for the known whereabouts, meaning they think that he is somewhere and he is alive. That does kind of help when I think about how Crabtree did see what he saw. But there are days that I still think about that too, and I know Crabtree does. But Crabtree just, he has a huge heart. I think the last thing he wanted to do was stop doing what he was doing, but he knew for his mental health and for his family, he needed to back off. He needed to stop. He needed to do what he needed to do. And he's come so far. I am so proud of him. Carl, I can't say I completely disagree with you on that. Those two last words. Seth knows. I can't say, in my opinion, and Carl has his own opinion too. Allegedly. In the pit of the bottom of my stomach, that's always been in my mind. It's always been in my mind. Like I said, once I heard about the 2-year contract about at night and that he would be legally 18, that if he found him, they were going to run away from town, that he wasn't going to ever allow him back to go live with his mother, and that threw me off completely. Like, those are some of the things that he had said that that's just not normal to say. And how he's almost slipped up about saying certain things.
No, he slipped up. He's done it.
Oh, he slipped up, but there was one thing where he was on an interview and he said, it took me forever to get to get those CPS reports. And we were all like, what did you mean, right? Because I believe people that have seen it have said it's not 5 separate cases. It's 5. It's not 5. It's something that's combined. Like, it was like a revisit kind of thing or something like that. I forgot how they described it. But there wasn't 5 on Chris and Katie. And we all know that the cops were at Seth's the last weekend he had Sebastian. And we don't know anything about that because obviously it's an ongoing investigation, so we don't even know anything about why they were there. At least I don't. I have no idea why they were there. I don't know what it was about. Nothing. I'm pretty sure we're all in the dark. I think he has helped Chris and Katie in many other ways. Yes, he has. Yeah, I mean, Chris has, Chris and Cletus, Clue as well, and but Chris and Cletus have, when they knew Crabtree was in a bad headspace, they instantly just said, nope, come on, let's go. Let's go. Or Cletus would pick up the phone, or even both Clue and Cletus would pick up the phone. They've always been there for them, and I'm sorry, but that's an amazing thing to really think about. People are like, oh, those people that are best friends with the Proud Feet. Okay, first off, why can't people be friends with them? Just like why there's people that are quote unquote friends with Seth, but that's okay. It just doesn't make sense. Everything is okay for Seth to do, but God forbid there are people that know Katie and Chris and do spend time together with them and talk about things that it's just so appalling, but the same can be said for Seth and it's fine. I just don't understand.
I'd like to help you, but you can't think stupid.
You can't fix the goddamn people on the internet. Not you guys. You guys are amazing. My followers and mods and subs and my creators that I watch, and all their mods and subs are the best on YouTube. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm gonna say it. I am biased. I don't care. We are the best. Other side, not so much. They can stay over there.
They got bullhorn bed. They're already fucked up.
Oh god, Bullhorn Betty. That woman has lost, any marbles she had left prior to this case, prior to Sebastian's case, they're all gone. The closer we get to 2 years, and the more time LE holds off on telling anybody anything, even just something, even if it was about whatever incident it was the last weekend that Seth had Sebastian, say it was just that. That's something, that could be explained so we know something. I mean, no. Are we owed anything? No, we're not. You know, do I think they should say anything if it jeopardizes the case? No, absolutely not. But how long do they really want us to sit here and wait and really have faith in them in a way? Like, I do like Craddock. I do. Just the way he carries himself and how he talks. I've seen his interviews. I've liked him, and he seems like he really does care. But how are we supposed to have faith in them if we can't get simple answers to a completely separate incident, or just something, some kind of update, something, even a press conference saying there's no updates, but at least make a presence known. At least say we're still actively doing this, this, and this. Please do this and help this way. Even that would be good enough. I'll not name names, but there's definitely on this side. Oh, creators on this side. I'm trying. Yeah, I mean, Carlo, you don't have to like all the creators. I mean, I wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't expect every person to like every creator on the side. No way. I mean, there's people I'm sure that don't like me. There's a creator that I'm so-so with right now. And it's not because they're a bad person. It's just more in-depth things. And things to do with, like, respect. That kind of thing. The only question I want answered at the moment is what exactly was Seth's whereabouts that night. That would... Yes. Like, I know that he was on cam, but since his own PR person said, or whatever, that he was, quote-unquote, in his car off camera for 2 to 3 hours, where was he? Was there any cameras in that garage that verify he was sleeping, or somebody that saw him sleeping? The new people creators, I know, I get what you're saying. I know, and yep, I understand what you're saying. The people the creators that haven't been around, like, others have been. Like, I've been around for this case. I just wasn't a creator at that time. That's about it. We don't know that he was on camera. We finally... Yeah. Okay, so we can't say he wasn't on camera, say, like, you know, in the garage. Because I'm assuming, you know, where he works would have cameras. But at least come out and say, you know, why they don't come out and say that when they came out and said that about Chris. You know, just say, yes, he took a nap in his car and he's on camera. Oh, we don't know that he was. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. I read that wrong. We don't, and that's the thing, is we don't know if he was or wasn't on camera. Even just coming out and saying, okay, he was on camera. This is what we have. Not just the word of people, but visible evidence showing that. I agree. Because when somebody looked it up, I want to. I can't remember which creator looked it up. It might have been Jay. I think it was Jay. Um, the amount of how long it takes to get to where he works, from where he works to where Sebastian lives, and back, and that it could have been. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm allegedly is a. It's something that could have been done. You know, it's a thing that could have been successfully done, kind of thing. If somebody tried it or something like that. I do too. I want. Hi, Mittens. How are you tonight? And Carl, I agree. We've gotten I think we've gotten a lot more clarity from Chris's side of work and Chris than anything about Seth. They've come out and said stuff, you know, or people have come out and said that have confirmed things about Chris, but not Seth. So it's really hard to put, you know, it's really hard to, it's something that I think at least that could be owed to us is, was he on camera? Was he not on camera? Was he accounted for? Or is it word of mouth and by his bosses? Because they're two, I mean, it's different than being on and knowing for a fact that he was right there. That's true, darling. That's true because was it Chris McDonough? I think his name was said came out and said, "How do we know that the father didn't hire somebody?" What? Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. My mom called. I cannot speak on anything or talk about it at this current moment. But my mother called me and and told me something that had, how do I word this? Something that happened that closes a chapter in life. But I can't give details. When I can, I will. I would love to, explain. I will love to explain. I would love to, even have my mom help me explain. So when I can, and when I'm allowed to talk about what I just learned, I will be doing a live on it, as it is kind of near and dear to my heart as well as my mom's. So I apologize I can't say anything, but it's a closing to a chapter. That's all about I can say. But as soon as I have the go for and I can, and everything is all T's are crossed and I's are dotted, I will share everything, entire story. I will share what I know, with all of you, because it's something I wanted to, but now that the chapter ended, obviously there's going to be time where I cannot speak on it, but it's nor good nor bad. As that's the only other thing I can say. It's not great news and it's not terrible news. It's just news. That's all it is. It's just news. Thanks, darling. But I do look for, once I can, I do look forward to sharing with you guys something in my life that I grew up knowing about. Like, I'll put it that way. And it'd be really nice to do something nice in a stream for what I want to talk about. So until then, I have to keep my lips sealed. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you guys, but I can't. So I hope you understand. Mom, if you're still in here, I love you very, very much. I'm gonna catch up on chat. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the coverage that we don't like. We're going on 2 years.
Case coverage lasts for about 6 months for most missing cases. If nothing is solved in that time, a lot of times the coverage disappears. Because
I
LA
know.
doesn't want anything out there anymore. Now it's
Well, they
shifting.
were still getting some, like, there were random tips, I believe, about Sebastian, with Sebastian here and there, over the past 2 years, but it ended up not being him. The biggest one was that North Carolina one, because that was literally a doppelganger. No lie, that I thought that was Sebastian, but Ellie is gonna do what they do. Sucks that they won't come out and at least, like Carl said, give us the whereabouts or confirm the whereabouts of Seth for that whole entire night. Just like Chris has full accountability. Like it's fully covered. He's fully covered, literally, plain and simple. He was exactly where he was supposed to be, and what said was where he said he was. Whether Seth wants to say he wasn't or not, I don't know, and whether other people want to believe it, people have come forward, and we do. Allegedly, I do believe that. We do know that. But it is interesting though that they haven't come out and confirmed Seth's whereabouts. Like they haven't confirmed. Yes, he was here, working the state. This, and this, and this. And it's been almost 2 years. They still haven't come out and said anything. Like that, there's no evidence that he was there the whole entire time. He said there is. I've never heard. I don't think we've ever heard that from Melly, if I'm correct. That was not me, by the way. That was Fenrir. But let's get back to listening to some of what Truth had to say, because I always have enjoyed Truth's perspective on things and how he can see it in so many different ways. It really, it's something different. I really like how Truth can, think so many different ways, and he there's so many possibilities, and he can't rule out all of the possibilities. That's what I like about it.
There's a difference, and I think people are getting confused. I could be the one that's confused, but there's certainly differences. That's what I was aware. That's my understanding, was it was a different thing. But I will find out just to make sure, because there's a difference, right? If you're serving a warrant to appear or some type of, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought, Salty, and maybe I'll check into it a little bit more. But did they say criminal warrant? I don't know. I need to go look at it. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure. Thank you, Crimes. Appreciate you. Listen, if we haven't figured this out yet, I started believing one thing in this case. I quickly started believing something else. Then I went to believing something else. And ultimately, I made the decision that I don't fucking know enough, even with everything that I know on this case. And fuck, my brain is full of a little bit of everything. I still am at 2 or 3 options, in my opinion. And I think they all hold the same weight as far as possibility. I'd like to know what date that was. There's listen, the point is like, I'm more than glad to be refreshed on things, because this is 606 days worth of case, right? Which in the big scheme of missing children may not be very long, but any day away from your family, I think, is just unimaginable. Yeah, normally if it said a criminal warrant, that's not the same as a subpoena. All right, hold on. Yeah, for sure, Trip. What's up, guy? Hold on. All right, I want to address this because listen, we're not gonna dogpile nobody. Nanny, everybody stop. Everybody stop for a second. Please. Everybody stop. Nanny, what is your question that I can help you with? A warrant to appear. Yeah, a warrant subpoena is not something I've ever heard of either, but a warrant to appear, now that could be different. Hold on, Trev, let me give you a space up here. What's going on, brother?
What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Just talking about this case a little bit because I worry that people are going to, even I find myself, look, even as, we're going through this, I go, man, maybe I've got some things a little sideways in my brain. I need a refreshment on, but I want to deal with this real quick. Nanny, what can I answer? I don't know what y'all are arguing about. Because if there's something that I can pull up and show you, I will. I'm waiting for the response because I really don't want the fighting.
Oh, I feel you.
In the chat.
Yeah, this all this new BS going on's got everybody a little bit emotionally triggered for sure.
Yeah, which is kind of why I came on. Fat Marshmallow, ask me that question in just a second, okay? Let me figure out what's going on in the chat. If you'll ask me that here in just a minute. I didn't even see who spoke on that. The dispatcher misspoke on that, said warrant instead of subpoena. Okay, so we're not going to get an answer. All right, what's going on, Trip? What's on your mind?
Oh, not much. You we're talking about the search warrant or and then
right.
If it is a search warrant, what the grounds would be for that. And then I'm with you as far as I don't.
Okay, shots or shot your shirts. Dan, Holly, whatever you want to be called. What papers? Where's the receipts? Because I've heard nothing. And I checked my phone. Okay, shot. I'm guessing we're only gonna say, yeah, Puddin'. Puddin', you've been respectful in a lot of places. What happened to that? And I'm not talking on anything about BJ. I could care less to go over her. I'm going over somebody way more important. So unless you're here to listen about Sebastian Rogers and some updates and be respectful, you can see your way out. Or I can help you see your way out. This is for Sebastian Rogers. This isn't for Puddin'. And I just scrolled through my stuff and I didn't see anything. Nope. Okay, I was looking at some. Sorry. All right, we're gonna just reset this. We do not need. Thank you. You hit the wrong button. All right, there we go. Back to what we were discussing. Just trust me, I checked sources. Nothing there.
I don't know. I don't think we're being told everything by Ellie. Like, I mean, when are we ever told everything by Ellie? I mean,
That's true.
that's not how they operate when they're doing investigations, right? And um, I was just thinking about it, and I was like, well, I've heard throughout this situation, you know, if the parents are involved, is it, you know, what level of a crime is it? And so I was kind of looking into that today because I was like, okay, well, if it's an investigation and they do, you know, think maybe a parent was involved or that's hasn't been eliminated, obviously. I
Mhm.
mean, what would that fall under? So I was kind of looking some stuff up, and I just want to read this to you. Okay,
Okay, go
so
for it.
breaking a court-ordered custody arrangement in Tennessee is illegal and considered contempt of court. Consequences can include fines, jail time, and modification to the custody order. Depending on the severity, such as taking a child across state lines without permission, it can also lead to criminal charges as custodial interference in a Class E felony if it lasts for 15 days or longer. So I heard misdemeanor a few times, and this is stating a felony if it
Well,
falls
if it
within, you know,
if it crosses state lines,
yeah.
who says he's crossed state lines?
No, I'm not saying he has, but
Right. That's
I
why.
would,
Go ahead.
but I would assume that Ellie's looking at all possibilities, right? So, you know, I just
Yeah.
found that interesting because the fact that all I've ever heard was it's a misdemeanor.
Well, first of all, he would have to go across state lines, right? And you would have to assume that the people, if anybody involved in this that planned this, wouldn't have already known that too, right? And so to keep it within the misdemeanor range, you would have to stay within the state. But once again, I don't know that it would be going against the custody plan per se. Because if I'm not mistaken, they both had 50-50. She just had primary as far as living.
Yeah,
So,
but I would think after this amount of time that regardless of 50-50, or it's, you know, that's breaking the agreement at this
I
point.
mean, how many parents do that though? How many parents hold? I mean, how many people break parenting agreements? They're not catching felonies for it.
Oh, I know, but I mean,
I'll take it wrong.
no. I have a custody agreement as well, so I get how it all works as well. But I
That's a
mean,
good point. Hold on, that's a good point. If he crossed state lines, FBI would take the lead.
very true. But they would have to know that he did cross state lines.
Right.
Correct. Right.
Right. But yeah, you would have to, or have some type of probable cause to believe. And that's not hard to be. Oh, yeah, we believe he left, but they're not doing that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
although the FBI did put out the reward. So are we supposed to take that as that's a national thing?
Well,
It's because
FBI
he
has
got-
been involved from the very beginning.
Well,
Sorry,
of
guys.
course.
Hey, guys.
What's going
what's
on?
up?
And one of my big questions is, do we know for a fact that a search warrant was served and executed, like in this year, 2025? Or like, has this just blown to something? Because I also remember around this same time that this warrant was served. I believe Chris came up on Queen's panel and we discussed it because Chris and Katie's ROs are not together. Like Betty filed or got approved for hers after, because I think it was Katie, Terry, and Kathy. Like those three were approved, and then it was later that Chris's. And there was a scanner call that people have listened to, and I believe it was to appear. It was for, I think it was for Chris to appear for one of Betty's hearings or something. So I'm wondering if that has then also turned into like this whole search warrant thing, because I believe it was around the same time. Wasn't there a motive trying to be thrown out here that Katie had pleaded the fifth and had hired an attorney and quit talking to everyone?
Yeah, see, I was under that, impression as well. But this morning, Clue got up on Granny's panel and kind of confirmed some of that stuff is actually true. What she couldn't confirm or didn't want to say is whether or not Seth also got one served as well. But yes, there was a second search. So I guess that is true. I mean, per Clue. But why that happened? I mean, that's what I'm kind of pondering, is why that happened. And all I could come up with is, well, it's an active investigation, and maybe this is like them going back to the beginning and seeing, if they could, because a lot of times when cases, kind of go, I don't want to say cold, but kind of like you lose momentum, you have nowhere else to go. You're supposed to go back at the beginning and start looking, like, did we miss something? And then with that tech, if Chris or Katie were involved in anything, you would think that maybe there might be a possibility that, there's some type of communication with whoever is holding Sebastian if they were involved. So for them to go back and search that would actually be smart investigation tactic. I would probably do the same thing. But that's all I could really think of. And then, like my whole thing too is like, if he's in state, I guess, misdemeanor, but if he did cross state lines, then you're looking at felony. And I don't know if they had to get a search warrant, if they could present it that way of like, look, we think that he went across state lines and we need to see this tech again. Can we get this warrant signed?
But
I'm
here's
just
the
throwing out
problem.
possibilities.
Here's the problem with all of this, right? He's nobody, whether it's Chris, Katie, or Seth, if they were involved, none of them, in my opinion, will face charges if Sebastian reappears at 18 years old and doesn't talk.
True. I agree with that completely. I completely agree with that.
No one will face charges. They're not going to prosecute it. They're not going to go after it, because how can you?
Yeah, there
Right,
would be no
he'd be an
point.
adult, or
Yeah. And
I
so,
mean, and I'm still on my same theory from day one. I have always said I do not believe any parent is involved. I believe he was lured out, from video games. I could be totally wrong on this. This is just my opinion. Do I think, that Seth has been involved in some sketchy stuff since this has happened? Absolutely. Like the whole Rico thing, the whole at night. I think it's just mind blowing. And I also think, because of all of the kind of mess, I guess, that Seth is involved in, I can also see why the other parents wouldn't be so willing to come out and do interviews and do all this kind of stuff, because how messed up has the case gotten?
yeah, but to, I just think the reason why it's, in my opinion, I think that before Sebastian went missing, Katie was a quiet person, right? Chris was a quiet person. It goes to show that when the neighbors originally said they didn't even know really who lived in the house, right?
Right.
So I just think that's their personality, right? Their personality is quieter.
Yeah.
And I think on the other hand, you have the other parent who hasn't, been in the spotlight in his life, appears to me to have a little bit of a complex, whatever complex it has to be, where, law enforcement, this and sheriff and, this whole thing, it's just a complex that goes with it.
I also think money was involved with him, because when he came out 3 days after Sebastian went missing with a GoFundMe and pushed that and his Cash App on a lot of people on the internet. And I believe he received, and I don't know this for a fact, this is all my opinion, he received quite a bit of money to help search for Sebastian. And
Well,
I think,
see, here's where I start to run into a problem, right? Not to cut you off, but
oh, you're fine.
when it comes to the money thing, see, I think it gets real confusing, and I could be confused on this as well. I know different creators have reported it different ways, but if I'm to look at other missing children's cases that I've gone back and seen how they were covered, most of the time within the first couple of days, there's a GoFundMe that's set up. That's not abnormal. I think when you set something like that up, if you're not involved in it, right? Given the example, you're not involved in it. Your thought part is that you're hopefully not going to need it that long, right? So it's like right then you're scared, everything's up in the air. All right. When it prolongs and it goes and that money starts compounding, I could then see where you might say to yourself, if you're not of the straightest mindset, if you weren't, feeling that way, that you would see to take advantage of the situation. You know what I mean?
yeah. And my opinion along with that is the fact that, like, I would believe that that GoFundMe was created for him to search day and night, like he was telling everyone that he was doing, from sun up to sundown. But then when he puts in court documents that he has only searched 4 times for his son and has collected all of this money, that raises huge red flags to me. But again,
And
I'm not saying that he
no.
is involved, because I've never thought that. But to me, that's just, it almost raises the flag like, do you need that money to travel back and forth to somewhere?
Well, okay. Let's talk about that for a second, because those are one of the few things that annoys the shit out of me, right? And it's because we would have to think that law enforcement wouldn't be watching him in one level or another, whether it's his GPS, his cell phone, where the idea that he's going to visit Sebastian, and I can't jump down with that. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. I think the same thing goes for Katie and Chris. So if either of the 2 of them or 3 of them were involved on any level, it would have had to have been with the understanding that they weren't going to see Sebastian until he was 18. You know what I mean? I just don't think you have all these agencies and picking up phones allegedly and, doing all these things. And it just doesn't, it just doesn't work.
No, and I totally get what you're saying. And I don't believe that that's happened either. I was just using that as an example of why he would still need to collect money. But also, just like when he was out in front of the sheriff's office, like, yes, I felt bad for him, that he was out there. But I also, in the back of my mind, think, look what you have said, look what your people have said. I mean, he's in court supporting Betty numerous times, who has ROs against her, from his ex in-laws and stuff. But it's like all these truck issues, like the lady that was out there videoing him in front of the courthouse or in front of the sheriff's office is telling everybody that, he needs $800 for a fuel pump.
Yes.
Well, I mean, but listen, hold on. When you're not working, regardless of whether your kid's missing or not, $800 coming up for a fuel pump is a lot. I'm not justifying it, right?
Right.
What I'm saying is, just like the comment said, but below, helps with time off from work for search, flyers, posters, etc. But it can be taken advantage of for sure, and that's facts.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going. Like, I think it's being taken advantage of because, in the back of my mind, again, all my opinion, is he truly standing out in front of the sheriff's office because he sees a problem, or is he doing it for people to come out and video and record him and drop his, Cash Apps and GoFundMe's and stuff because he has a fuel pump issue?
Well, let
is
me
he
ask you
doing
this.
it for the right reason?
Well, I don't. First of all, a good question for you. I mean, I would assume, to me, I don't. Once again, that's pocket watching somebody. I try to do my best not to do it. Because here's my thought. If you're giving him money, then you're making the decision to let that money go, right? It's done. What he does with that money, whether you like it or not, you can't control what he does with the money unless there's some pretext to it, right?
No, I 100% agree.
At the end of the day, I believe that if Seth had nothing to do with his son's disappearance, then I would say him going in front of the courthouse would be justified in the name of his son, right? If he is involved, I would say that it is a point to try to distract from him looking like he's involved. So it's normally looking at that, you would just think that's a pissed off parent. But because of the atmosphere in the case and everything that's been done, you can't look at it like that anymore, in my opinion. Anyway.
No, I agree with you. You have to kind of compartmentalize the way you look at this. I've always thought the money issue was just because that's the type of dude he is. He is going to take advantage of whatever situation he's put into. So he's never really had much attention. So he's soaking it all in wherever he can get it. He doesn't seem like the type to go out and really hustle for that money. So money's been coming in. He's going to get it. And I mean, he could be out in front of, they're, making a big fuss because he genuinely feels like, they're not doing enough, or he could be out there because he wants more attention, more money, or, I look at it like kind of like that compartmentalized. But I'm with Truth. The whole him going somewhere to see Sebastian, I just can't really get with that. I just can't, because they would be watching. There's,
even if they don't have someone tailing him, they're watching.
Yeah,
you can't have a missing child and they're not checking your location quite often.
Yeah, that digital footprint you can't get away from.
Right, and again, I wasn't blaming Seth for that. I wasn't saying, I was just using it. It was a bad example, like that I put out there, but that's all I was using it as. But like it, and it's just really hard to. I don't know. I mean, because like I'm kind of with a lot of people, like at the end of the day, I just want him found. But then you've got all of this other like messy stuff, kind of going on in the name of Sebastian, and that's where I think it's just gross.
Well, remember, a lot of this shit is done for entertainment, so to speak, right? And I know it sounds shitty and fucked up that you put a missing child and entertainment together, but you also have to be logical and understand we are the same group of people that fall asleep to murder mysteries and all that shit. You know what I mean? So I would say that the majority of us that follow crime and true crime are pretty desensitized to tragedy, which is weird for people to be as triggered as they are in this community.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm on the line that that last conversation we had over on Trisha's. I'm more in the idea, the higher probability that it was either he was lured out, by someone with bad intentions, or by somebody that may have wanted to help his situation, or he thought was going to help his situation. Like, I feel like that's more of a possibility at this point with this much time that has passed, and how closely I'm sure that those parents are being watched. That's where I'm more leaning towards, and I've been that way for quite a while now. I know that I definitely have my opinions. If it is a parent involved, I definitely feel like one person has definitely stood out a little bit more than everybody else with his behavior and actions, and kind of mimics some people that were involved in being the guilty party in other cases, that he acts kind of like they did. But I still, even with that, I lean more towards an unknown third party.
Yeah, and that's how I feel. But I also, like, in the back of my mind, also, like, how many missing kids, adults, person cases has there been where a parent has created their own tip line, and their own tip line to be as bizarre as what we have heard this tip line to be?
I
Well,
think I was going to say, I think it's the involvement of the individuals that came into this case is why we're seeing that type of stuff. So, that the guy from TikTok that came over, I don't even like to say his name, and then that organization that's been hired on. I believe that's the reason we saw all this extra weird stuff that shouldn't have went on, is because the people were involved. I don't think if those people ever came around that Seth would ever pulled any of that. I truly don't. I believe that there was inspiration by other people for him to do some of the stuff that he did. But that's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Truth. Were you going to answer that too?
I'll
feel
let
like I
you go
cut
ahead
you off.
first.
No, I
go
don't have
ahead.
anything to say.
No, I think you did a pretty good job. No need for me to follow up on that one. Sorry, I was responding to a text.
Oh,
And
yes. I mean, like I said, my whole thing all along, I don't blame any parent for Sebastian being missing. I have lots of questions and lots of red flags have popped up for me to really question the involvement, the way someone acts, the way someone talks. Because, like you said, Truth, there's a lot of stuff that Seth has put out here about Sebastian that should have never, ever been put out here. And
Well, we
again,
think it should. Well, hold on. We think it shouldn't. But once again, as much as I don't like it and you don't like it, maybe the parent who has the choice to talk about it, you know what I mean, felt like it did need to be put out here. So we have to ask ourselves, why did the parent feel like it needed to be put out here? Let's don't concentrate on the details of it, right? We don't need that. What we need is to be able to understand, okay, this is said that this happened. Could that be a mold for what could potentially be part of his disappearance? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes complete
Yeah.
sense, because everything that was put out that most of us are in opposition of him putting out paints a narrative against the mom. And that is pretty much, if he really, okay, let's say he's not involved and he truly feels like, Katie, it was Katie, then he is going to divulge any information he thinks is going to make her look bad, to push that narrative that, yeah, it's her fault. You know what I
Do you
mean?
think
So
that's why he did it?
honestly,
do.
I do. Whether and partially because maybe he doesn't think that she.
Okay, so we got through about halfway. I hope to finish this tomorrow. Like I said, we'll be also having hopefully a co-host who is not biased. Oh, sorry, it's probably echoing for some people. A co-host to watch a few things that hasn't seen, and doesn't know to the extent I know about this case because I've been following it since like pretty much day one. And getting a raw reaction from somebody who's not biased, who is a mod of ours, aka Squishy. I really wanted to show there's two main lives that I want. It's not like they're not full lives, it's just part of it. One Seth was on, one Chris was on Clues panel, and I kind of want to see a raw reaction of how she takes it, because I don't believe she was watching them, and I know she hasn't followed it like I have. So that's the plan for tomorrow night, is having another set of, just somebody that doesn't know much about it. See what, just their pure reaction or their feeling about it. But we've been on here for about 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm getting very exhausting. It's been a very long day, mentally and just emotionally. So thank you to my mods and all you amazing people and subscribers and everybody in here, coming in here, creating amazing, conversations and helping bring awareness, bringing awareness back to Sebastian, because there's so many questions that we have unanswered, and it's just so, it is one of the strangest cases, in my opinion, that I've really heard about. So, darling, you two, thank you for being here. Thank you to my mods. Thank you everybody that was in here, except Puddin'. And thank you to, thank you to all my subs. Thank you guys for doing all that you do. I wouldn't be here without you. And I shall see you guys tomorrow night. Bye.